Keep my mic on now. Okay, good morning, everyone. It is 9 o'clock and on Tuesday, May 24th, so I will call the meeting to order. First up, I will read our land acknowledgement. We respectfully acknowledge that Dysart et al. Is located on the Treaty 20 Michi-Sagig territory and in the traditional territory of the Michi-Sagig and the Chippewa Nations, collectively known as Williams Treaties First Nations, which include Curve Lake, Hiawatha, Alderville, Scugog Island, Rama, Beau Soleil, and Georgina Island First Nations. These ancestral homelands are more than a place where the Anishinaabe hunted, fished, gathered, and grew their food long before the settlers' arrival. Indigenous peoples cared for these lands and waters and have welcomed us as their guest. We pay them respect by ensuring we continue to recognize their ongoing connection to the area and by supporting the health and integrity of the lands and community for generations to come. Okay, with that, I will look for a mover and a seconder to adopt our agenda today. Moved by Councillor Wood Roberts and seconded by Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be it resolved that the agenda for the regular meeting of the Council of the Municipality of Dysart et al. Held on May 24, 2022 be approved as presented. All in favor? Okay, carried. Is there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Councillor Clark.
Yes, with regard to item number 9G, it's the draft license of occupation on Long Lake. There's a perceived interest due to a neighborhood item on Wonderland Road, and I declared a similar interest on the April 26th meeting.
Okay, very good. And that's been filed with the clerk.
Yes,
yeah.
Well.
Thank you. Don't forget to turn your mic off.
Thank you.
There you go. I also am declaring a conflict on item 9D, which is titled the Garden Site Plan Agreement. And the reason for that is a family member will be moving into the Gardens retirement home, and my declaration will be filed with the clerk. And at that time, the deputy mayor will chair that portion of the meeting. And no other declarations, just to be clear. Okay. So we'll move along to adoption of there's 4 sets of minutes there. So I will look for a mover and a seconder to approve the minutes. Councillor Smith and seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that Council approves the following meeting minutes as circulated. Regular Council of April 26, 2022, public meeting April 26, 2022, special meeting of Council May 3rd, 2022, and the special meeting of Council May 17th, 2022. All in favor? Okay, so that passes. And now we come to our mayor and deputy mayor update, and I'll just be brief as we have a fairly lengthy meeting, but it's really exciting to see all my fellow council members sitting here in the room. I have to say it's throwing me off a little bit because just for those of press and the people viewing at home, I'm looking about, I don't know, what's that, 25, 30 feet away of a large screen with some staff on, and that's where our delegates will join in, and that's where the public will be able to be viewing our meeting. So hence the little bit of a tunnel vision for us all to be here. And it's really exciting to be able to meet in person. So that's great. And thank you to IT and everybody here at Dysart for making this work. Just basically want to report that tomorrow's county council meeting, we have a report for the short-term rental review. It's very early stages. I've already had a lot of comments. In fact, a quite heated discussion with a family member over the weekend about you shouldn't be licensing. We don't need more rules. So I said, whoa, slow down. We're just in the review stage. So I do encourage all Dysart councillors and members of the public to be reading that report, see what other areas are doing, and we'll be having a discussion on that tomorrow. Just to touch base, over the weekend, Councillor McKechnie and I attended a Cottage Association meeting. There's another one this week. The Deputy Mayor Kennedy is going to be attending. Some are in person, some are by Zoom. So it's really nice to be able to reach out to the lake communities over the next couple of months and be able to attend those. So that's great. And that is all I have today. So I'll turn it over to you, Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yeah, not much to report. Big meeting here today, so it won't take up much time. Just want to acknowledge that this is National Paramedic Week, and I was fortunate enough to be a member of that group for 34 years. So just hats off. And they were just voted best place to work or whatever in Canada. So anyways, good stuff. And black flies are back and town's busy. So looking forward to a busy summer. Thanks.
Great. That's great to note. Okay, so that's it. So first up, we do have a delegate. We have Grant Thornton joining us. So we'll just wait till he's pulled onto the screen and into the meeting. And he's going to go through our 2021 audited financial statements. And we also have our treasurer on screen to be listening into all of that. Just wait till we have them. Good morning. You have to unmute.
I said, hi, everybody. If only I was Grant Thornton.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's what it says in my
That's okay. I don't want to disappoint
Thomas.
everybody.
Oh my gosh, I read the wrong thing. See, there you go, faux pas. Oh, well. I'm so sorry. Good morning, Thomas. I'm going to put my mic off and turn it over to you and then let you walk us through our audited statements. I apologize for that.
So thanks everybody for having me here today. I'm going to show you a presentation based on our statement. Sorry, do you want me to go Barbara? Just go ahead. Just do it. Okay. So I'm going to show you a presentation that is based on your audited statements. So we are, again, Grant Thornton is your auditor for the municipality and for the trust. I think in the prior year, I've shown you a report, and we've gone through a more detailed report. However, I've summarized that into a presentation for you today. So I'm going to share that screen, and then I will walk you through your audited statements. Can I just have somebody go like this for me?
Yes, we can see your screen. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, I'm Thomas Turnbull. I'm the principal on your audit engagement, and I'll walk you through your statements today. And it should be pretty brief and sweet because, like a lot of organizations, although COVID's been impacting, it actually hasn't been as big of an impact in the second year. So it's actually balanced things out year to year, as you'll see. So I guess the thunder of our presentation would be the auditor's report. It is really, again, why you get the audit done, to get that auditor's report. So we will be, as of today, assuming council approves the statements, we will be finalizing that auditor's report, and it will be attached to the front of your statements. You will be receiving an unqualified opinion. Again, that is the one that you would like to receive. That means there's nothing that I have to report to you or bring to your attention of a material nature. So we will be we'll be issuing that after today's meeting and after we receive some of the final sign-offs from our management representation letter and ensuring any legal letters are received back in our possession. The other parts of the auditor's reports are, we do outline what the responsibilities of management and those charged with governance are. Again, while we are the auditors of your statements, it is management and those charged with governance's responsibility to prepare and fairly present the financial statements and your financial information that you do provide to us for the audit. So we do outline that within the auditor's report. We also, because we just like to really spell everything out for everybody inside of that auditor's report, we also outline what our responsibilities are inside of that. And you'll notice that from here, there actually are, again, 5 or 6 bullet points that are the key things of what we're going to provide for you. So one of those being, we do identify if there's any risks and material misstatements, we do procedures around those and we address those. And really we focus our areas of procedures around where the biggest risks are, also including the other areas of your financial records. However, but we do try and focus on where the biggest risks are, or where the largest estimates are, or where things that have uncertainty are. So then we can do more procedures around those and ensure that they're as accurate as can be. We also do consider your internal controls, again, as we go through your audit, and we do report any significant findings back to management. We do evaluate the appropriateness of your accounting policies. So again, as you've seen your financial statements in the past, inside of the notes, we do outline all of your accounting policies and really what you're following. There have been no changes to those over the last year, and there should be no expected changes going forward of significance that's going to impact your municipality. One of the things that's key with COVID being out there is going concern and ensuring that the municipality has the ability to continue into the next fiscal year. And there's no indicators indicating that that would not be the case. Again, it was from what you're going to see here, it was a fairly successful year. And again, there's no indicators of any sort of impairment or things like that that would cast doubt on this municipality's ability to continue into the future. And the last two things we do are we take a look at the overall structure and presentation of those statements, and we make sure that they're in line with the accounting standards. So as of today, as I've just touched on, we have substantially completed the fiscal or the financial audit for the consolidated financial statements. There are a couple of things that we will need to again get signed, and again having approval of council for these financial statements today is a key part to that. And really just cleaning these items up, and then your financial statements will be approved as of today, and we will sign those off, that auditor's report. If we go to the statement of operations, I'm going to break it into different sections for you and just chat briefly on things that have changed of significance. So if we look at the statement of operations, in particular revenue, again, really looking at these pie graphs, you're going to see that these almost look exactly the same, and that's a great thing. I always say that no change in a fiscal year to year can be a really good thing if you have a strong financial structure, which you do, and as I've outlined in the past for you in these presentations. The biggest change that you had year to year really was your user charges, and you'll see that it's gone up from 16% in the prior year to 18% in the current year. And again, that's only that's really from positive increases in building permits that are being issued. And I think that again is a sign of coming out of COVID, things starting to return to normal, and really to your points at the beginning of your presentation there on how things are starting to come back to normal in person. People are starting to do more things. So that's a good sign. And really other than that change in user charges, there hasn't been any decreases or any significant increases throughout the rest of your revenue. It's really that user charges just has been increasing year to year. So when we go into your expenses, however, you're going to notice that it has changed slightly what this comparison does look like. And really the two areas of change are really these orange sections, or your environmental services. So this is going to be the biggest change in your statements year to year. And I know right now you might be looking also at that transportation services as being the other factor that's gone down. but it's really that environmental side that is kicked up. So really what that encapsulates is the landfill liabilities. And what has changed there is there's been some changes to how that estimate has been made subsequent to the year end, just in I believe it was April 22nd ish. You did receive a report from your expert, and what had been done is again, with consultation from management and your expert, they have gone through. We've taken a look at how these estimates and how the costs of cleanup for these landfill liabilities in the future are going to be valued. And with that, there has been a significant increase, almost a $2 million increase year to year on really what this estimate overall for all your landfill liabilities is going to be in 2021 moving forward versus what was estimated in 2020 from those experts and from management. And really, I think that again is a sign of the times this is just a comparison, but when you go to the grocery store, you see how inflation has, again, increased the cost of your groceries, cost of gas, things like that. So as you can imagine, the cost of cleaning up a landfill liability, it's also going to increase. And this is really just encapsulating what that cost is going to be in the future, or at least the estimate of what that cost is as of April 2022. So we'll keep going here, and you can see it when we go to the expenses by department a little clearer, because you'll notice that, again, year over year, all your other, again, departments, they're fairly consistent, right? There isn't very much of a swing. However, it's in the environmental services, and I think we talked about this last year where it was more around the interest rates that were being used inside of your landfill liability caused that increase. Well, this year, it has to do with, it's not only interest rate increases, but also increases around the costs that are associated with that cleanup. So that is the main driver in your expenditures on how they're changing year to year. And really, that is the biggest change that's inside of your statements. And it's purely an estimate of future costs of cleanup for your landfill liabilities. If we flip to the financial position, and then I think, so at this point you might be saying, that's not great news, but let's flip to the financial position and take a look at some really good news. Because when we think about a landfill liability and the cost of cleanup in the future, that's a future expense, right? We're capturing it now inside of your statement of operations, but it's for the future. And you're going to see that now. But I think you'll also see from your financial position that you're in a healthy position. So let's take a look at that. So year over year, again, with the increases in revenue, with the increase or with changes in timing of actual expenses that are being paid out or actual revenues that are being received, you actually have an increase in your overall cash position of around $1.6 million. So again, that's positive news. Again, that's actual cash in and out. So you can actually see that impact inside of your statement of financial position. You'll also notice that, as we talked about from the rest of your statements, I said they're fairly consistent year to year. And that can be seen also in your financial position, how the remainder of the other items, they're not really changing that much. You're still generating, you're still collecting around the same amount of receivables year over year. If we flip to your liability position, I think there's a couple things that you're going to see here, and I'll just highlight a couple of them. So there's a couple things that you're going to see here, and one of them being that $2 million increase in your landfill liability. Okay, so that's the biggest change that's inside of your statements year to year. And again, it's purely based on an estimate of future cleanup cost. Okay, so there's actually been no that $2 million in cash that has not gone out. That's just, again, an estimate of future cleanup costs as they occur. Okay, but if we take a look at your accounts payable, really the biggest, or really, although it has gone up, that's really just due to timing of when things are being paid out at the year end. There has been no significant changes to that composition. We have taken a look at that, and again, some of the larger ones are just around holdbacks for that have to do with again, investments in tangible capital assets, right? So again, that's a positive sign where you're investing in your community. As you can see from the below here, your tangible capital asset balance isn't reducing. So that means that although we are taking that amortization year over year, which is an accounting entry, you're still investing inside of your tangible capital assets, your infrastructure. You're investing in the community to offset that accounting entry. So again, positive sign. I'm not seeing the smiles here, everybody. There should be some smiles, but anyways, it's just accounting. But the remainder of your liabilities, I think there's also some more positives there where, again, your liabilities and your debt are going down. So again, you're continuing to pay down your liabilities, which again is a positive sign. Investing in the community, paying down your liabilities, positive. So everybody I know is loves to go through the notes, and I'm going to give you the high level summary. So really in the prior years, I think as I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, there isn't really a lot of no changes from year to year. There hasn't been a lot of changes for public sector accounting standards in the last year. So the notes are, again, very similar to the prior year, just been updated for any changes in operations from the prior year. So I can definitely go through those in more detail. However, I will just give you that high level structure summary. If there are any additional questions with the notes to your financial statements, I'm more than happy to go through them. So at this point, I will flip it to any questions, and maybe I'll just stop sharing my screen so then I can see everybody a little bit clearer.
That's perfect. And thank you very much for that presentation, Thomas. I appreciate that. Maybe it's just because we're tunnel vision. I know I'm this big on the screen, but I was smiling back here. I think it is a good news story.
There you
I
go.
want to thank you. Yeah, no, it's, but like you said, I think because we have a good sense over month to month, year to year, it would be surprised if it was not a good news story. We wouldn't be doing our job either. So I want to thank you for doing your job, and I also want to thank Barbara and her whole Treasury team for, it takes a lot to get all the information back and forth to be able to come today to do a council presentation. So thank you for that. And I really like what you said at the end, which is that our liabilities and debt are going down and our investment in the community is going up. I think that's something that this council should be really proud of. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the floor and see if there's any questions. And don't forget, raise your hand and press your mic. Questions? Councillor Clark, and then Councillor Smith second. Go ahead.
Thomas, thank you for the presentation. It was good.
Closer.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I guess my main question is a big role for your organization is giving comparison of how Dysart is doing relative to other municipalities of similar character and size. Are we pretty much on par? Are we any surprises to what you're doing?
No surprises. I think the key is exactly what I was saying there at the end. What a lot of municipalities are doing right now, again, is investment and paying down debt. Those are the two things that that's happening right now. Year 2 of COVID again, it was an uncertain year where year one, a lot of lockdowns, year two, there was kind of more appetite to come out of those. And it just was, I think there was some uncertainty on how far out we would be at this point. So I think that having your operations again be very similar to the prior year, that is to be expected, because there wouldn't be too much of a swing there. And I think that everything that you've seen there, it is a positive in the sense, again, of investment and the paying down the debt. The pesky accountants in the room, me being one, we're the ones that are coming with the estimates of what the costs are going to be in the future. So again, while more of a realistic picture of what that future cost may be, it's just that is something that I think that you actually have an advantage of in a way, where you've actually got that report done really a month ago, right? Your data is up to a month or only a month old, which I cannot ask, like, I don't see that there's no bad part to that. It's only showing you more realistic costs inside of your financial statements. And I think that's again, a positive thing for you moving forward, at least knowing what you're up against in terms of like inflation and really that impact on costs.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. And just to your reference about COVID too, I think we all have to acknowledge that without the safe restart funds over the last 2 years, we would not be in this situation. That really helped offset some of our user fees, for instance, just our arena alone, one thing I can think of. So Councillor Clark was next, Councillor Smith was next with the question.
Yes, thank you. And thanks, Thomas. I actually have 2 questions for Mike.
Go ahead.
Thomas, first question, in note 15 of your report, you commented that our budgets are prepared on a modified accrual basis, while the financial statements reflect the full accrual basis, which is required by the Canadian Public Sector Accounting Standards. And I wondered if you saw any issues with that practice. Is that common for most municipalities? Should we be changing so we got to the what I'll call the approved full accrual method?
I wouldn't change it if it's not broken, and it's not broken. So really what that is in reference to is tangible capital assets. Okay. So you'll see inside of here, let me just point it out for you. Page 5 on your statement of changes in net debt, you'll just see that in that budget column, there's the acquisition and the amortization of tangible capital assets. That's really all that is in reference to. It's important that for a public sector organization that those 2 numbers do come out inside of your budget figures at some point. But what you're doing with your budget isn't. There's nothing wrong with what you're doing. It's a common practice, like you've mentioned. So.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. I just wanted to get your expert view on that. Second question relates to cash management. As you noted in your report, and as staff have previously told us, we had at the end of the year something over $8 million in cash and cash equivalents. And I wondered if you had any recommendations as to how we might improve our cash management, if you like, to potentially earn a greater income on those funds that are at our disposal.
So in terms of cash management, there's 2 things I look at. Every time I look at a financial statement, there's two things I look at on a financial statement. And on your cash flows, it's what's coming out of your operations. So positive or negative. So in this case, you have a positive $5.2 million. So that's all of your timing differences that's taken into account there. And the second number is your overall change in your cash flow. So in the last 2 years, you've had a positive overall change in your cash flow. So again, both positive indicators. And if on the cash flow management, I think you're doing a really good job because both those numbers in both years are very positive. In terms of investment, you do have quite a lot of cash. Perhaps different, you could look at different investment initiatives, investment types that you could put your money into to get more money out of. But again, it is the market, the investment market right now, it does fluctuate quite a lot. So there is some risk in putting your investments in more risky investments to generate more money. So again, like I would go to an investment advisor to ask that question, definitely. But yeah, you could explore alternative ways that you could invest your surplus.
Wait, there might have been, I thought I saw a question over here. Okay, Councilor.
I was just going to respond to that, say thank you. And so your suggestion is that we might get some expert advice in terms of the use of, GICs or whatever it might be to uplift our returns on all that money.
GICs, they're great. They're never going to give you $1 million or $1 million returns though, right? Because it's such a small amount on your interest rates. So I'd investigate I'd ask an expert on investments at this point, an investment advisor, just to get their opinion and see what they would recommend.
Okay, and thanks for that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and we do know Barbara's coming forward with a report, whether it be June or July. I'm not sure when she'll be able to have that ready in terms of also our reserve balances, policies, et cetera. And we can sort of have that conversation. We weren't in that same position 2 years ago. The cash side of it has increased over the last 2 years. So that'll be whether we need an investment advisor or we need 7 people from who got elected, and a good treasurer can also make that decision. So we don't necessarily need to go to investment advisor. We can also, that's what we're here for ourselves. Not that we're experts, but we also have to be careful. Cash is important to have a certain amount of cash flow at all times. So any further questions? Councillor McKechnie, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you to Barbara and her team. Great job again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So we were looking for a resolution as a checking the box of one thing that we need to do. So I'll look for a mover and a seconder to accept the financial statements. Councillor Donaldson and Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that council accepts the 2021 audited financial statements from Grant Thornton as presented. All in favor? And that's carried. I won't call you Grant again. Sorry about that. Okay, thanks so much.
That will not be the first nor the last time.
It's because I looked at it in front of me. I knew. Sorry, Thomas. Okay, bye now. Okay, so at this point in the meeting, we're only a few minutes ahead. So I think if it's okay with planning stuff and with the clerk, even though we have it scheduled for 9:40, can we go ahead with the public meeting? Okay, so what we need to do is we need to adjourn our regular council meeting to go into the public meeting. So mover, seconder for that, Councillor McKechnie and Councillor Donaldson. Be it resolved, the council hereby adjourns the regular meeting of council at 9:33 a.m. to proceed into a public meeting to consider the following zoning bylaw amendment applications. First file number D14 ZB 2022-003, which is Lands of Humphrey. File number D14 ZB 2022-004, Lands of Holmes, and file number D14 ZB 2022-005, Lands of Kirby. All in favor? Okay, so we are now in the public meeting. And what I need to do is just read a little preamble as we begin the public meeting. Just need to check my agenda for something. Yes. Okay. So good morning. The public meeting is for May 24th, will now come to order. The purpose of the meeting is to consider 3 proposed zoning amendments to the Dysart zoning bylaw 2005-120. During the public meeting, council will consider all information available regarding the proposed amendment, review the staff report, which includes any public comments received to date, and listen to all comments provided during the meeting. The public participation portion This meeting and future public meetings will be hosted via electronic participation format until further notice. Any oral or written submissions received in advance of the meeting will be verbally and read aloud at the time the application is considered. All persons who have pre-registered will have an opportunity to present or ask questions about the proposal. Once I open to the floor for public comments, registered attendees that wish to speak and are participating in the Zoom meeting by video will need to click the raise hand button to speak. We will also have staff let us know who is joining in us at that time. No decisions are made at the public meeting on applications. A public meeting is held to gather public comments. All those persons who have given the municipality written notice that they would like to receive notice of the decision will receive a copy of the decision, but you must make this request in writing to the municipality. The Planning Act specifies that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the municipality of Dysart et al. Before the proposed bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the municipality to the Ontario Land Tribunal and may not be added as a party to an appeal unless in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. I know that's a bit of a mouthful, but it needs to be read so the public understand the process. So now what I'm going to do is turn it over to our senior planner to walk us through the first application, please.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. Good morning. This is for file D14 ZB 2022-003 Lands of Humphreys. Circulation requirements: all neighboring property owners within 120 meters of the subject property and appropriate agencies have been circulated for comment. The required advertisement was also placed in the local paper as per the requirements of the Planning Act. To date, no comments have been received on this application. A brief outline of the proposal: the applicant would like to rezone a portion of their property from environmental protection EP zone to rural type 1 RU1 RU1 zone and environmental protection zone to permit residential development of a single dwelling unit, septic system, and drilled well. The proposed application did require an environmental impact study in order to accurately delineate the environmental protection boundary and to ensure the proposed will have a low likelihood of negatively impacting the adjacent wetland, and that where negative impacts were anticipated, these can be acceptably minimized through avoidance and mitigation measures. This application also includes a 30-meter buffer from the delineated EP feature. Brief description of the property. The property is undeveloped. The majority of the property is well vegetated with swamp area, open area, and an area of spongy moss mat area. The Riverstone environmental impact study outlines that there is an upland area along Coaldale Drive, along that frontage, which provides sufficient area for the development of a single detached residential dwelling and its associated private water and sanitary services. The subject property also had some non-compliant issues as outlined in the planning report. Pictures of the non-compliance items were provided with the report. And it is to note that the owner has been following up, or the municipal bylaw officer is in contact with the owner in order to address those non-compliant issues. The recommendation: the proposed is generally consistent with the provincial policy, generally conforms to the municipal official plan, and it is recommended that council approve the proposed application. That concludes the presentation, and I believe the applicant may be in attendance to address any further information and provide further information on the application.
Yes, I see the applicant is here. So I have a Brian Humphrey and a Carrie Billicky, but the applicant is Brian, correct?
Hi, my name's Josh Morgan. I'm here representing Brian and Carrie, the owners.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks.
I'm their planning consultant.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I shared my PowerPoint presentation with the clerk's department late last week, and just seeking your permission to allow me to share my screen just so I can go through a few slides.
Yep, absolutely. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Great. Again, so my name is Josh Morgan. I'm a land use planning consultant based in Aurelia. Was first contacted by Brian and Carrie probably a year ago now. Brian and Carrie are the owners of 4199 Glamorgan Road. This property is located just to the southwest of Haas Lake. I apologize if the pronunciation of the lake is incorrect there. Which is, and the property is basically south and east of the village of Halliburton. So the reason why we're here today, as Mr. Orzan had mentioned, is just to consider a zoning bylaw amendment, the purpose of which is to rezone a portion of the property from the EP zone to the rural type 1 zone. And really the reason why we wish to do that is to enable the construction of a single detached dwelling. So, big picture here, there is a wetland which is present on the property. And before even retaining my services, Carrie and Brian retained Riverstone Environmental to prepare an environmental impact study. The primary purpose of the environmental impact study was to basically delineate the limit of the wetland, and then to provide some recommendations on whether development could occur on the property without harming the wetland, and if it could occur on the property without harming the wetland, identify mitigation strategies to ensure the protection of the wetland. So again, the primary purpose here was to identify the limit of the wetland and then to put parameters in place to ensure that the wetland is protected long term. So our zoning bylaw amendment application is supported by that Riverstone environmental impact study, and it's also supported by a hydrogeological opinion provided by Wilson Associates. And that the purpose of the Hydrogee opinion was to identify whether the developable area, which is identified by the environmental impact study, is large enough to support a house and a private septic bed and a well. Okay, so the property, as I mentioned, is known municipally as 4199 Glamorgan Road. It has an approximate lot frontage of 135 meters onto Glamorgan and a lot frontage of 62 meters onto Coaldale Drive, Coaldale being an unopened municipal road allowance. The area of the property is about 2.5 hectares or 6.25 acres. The property is currently undeveloped. However, as Mr. Orzan mentioned, there are a few non-complying structures and items on the property, which bylaw has been in communication with the owner on. And I can get into that a bit later, but those non-compliant issues will be addressed through this rezoning process. The majority of the property is a black spruce dominated swamp. That's not my language, that's the language of the environmental consultant. And as noted within Riverstone's environmental impact study, there's an upland area along the Coaldale Drive frontage, which provides sufficient area for the development of a single detached dwelling and its associated private water and sanitary services. So this image just provides some context in terms of the location of the subject property, again with frontage onto Glamorgan Road here, and then frontage onto Coaldale Drive. And this image is an excerpt from the environmental impact study. So let me just explain what we're looking at here. So the bluish purple area here is a wetland, and the limit of the wetland is this orange line here, if you can see my cursor.
Mm-hmm.
And then the red hatching, this is a recommended 30-meter setback. So basically a no-touch area, which protects the wetland from the developable area here, which is 2,365 square meters in size, which is about 25,000 square feet. So the Hydrogee report that we had commissioned, our question to the hydrogeologist was, is this area, this black hatching here, outside of the 30-meter setback, is that large enough to support a single detached dwelling with a private septic bed and a well? And the results of the Hydrogee assessment, which are attached to the staff report and were submitted in support of our application, is that yes, that area and the soils within that area are large enough to support the development of a single detached dwelling on private services. So onto the planning stuff. So the property, as I mentioned and Chris mentioned, is zoned entirely environmental protection. by Dysart's zoning bylaw. It is also designated environmental protection by Dysart's official plan. It is designated rural by the County of Haliburton's official plan. And I'll come back to or provide a brief policy review of these documents. So just the overview of the Hydrogee report. So I've explained why we retained the hydrogeologist, and the conclusion of the opinion was that the area being 2,365 square meters, the developable area or the upland area, as the ecologists refer to it, is sufficient in size to accommodate the development of a single detached dwelling on private services. So as I noted, the purpose of the EIS was to delineate the wetland boundary and to identify any mitigation measures to protect that wetland. And so here we are illustrating the area. So our zoning bylaw amendment application here proposes to keep this land, the entire wetland area, and the 30-meter setback as recommended by Riverstone, to keep this whole area in the EP zone and to only rezone the developable portion of the property from EP to RU1. So all of the wetland area would remain in EP. It would be the upland area that this application pertains to. So just from a big picture policy perspective, of course, we look at the provincial policy statement, the County of Haliburton's official plan, Dysart's official plan, etc. So when I try to, digest and explain the PPS for an application, I just try to get down to, the sections of that document which really pertain to this particular application. And in this case, it's the natural heritage sections of the provincial policy statement, which direct that any Planning Act application must illustrate that that site alteration adjacent to a natural heritage feature will not cause any negative impact. And based upon Riverstone's work, I'm comfortable saying that the zoning bylaw amendment is consistent with the provincial policy statement, subject to the mitigation strategies, meaning the setback to the wetland from the developable area. So Dysart's official plan, again, we're just looking at the sections of the Dysart official plan which really speak to this application. These again are the natural heritage sections of Dysart's official plan. And in particular, section 13.1.2 notes that that a certain amount of flexibility is to be used in determining the exact boundaries of the environmental protection areas. And there's language in the official plan which directs the commissioning of an environmental impact study in order to determine the limits of the environmentally protected area. And of course, we've done that through the Riverstone EIS. So it's my opinion that the zoning bylaw amendment is supported by the Dysart official plan. And finally, in terms of policy review, the County of Haliburton's official plan, you'll recall that the property is designated rural by the County of Haliburton. And within the rural area, if you can see my cursor here, limited residential development is permitted within the rurally designated lands. And so this application would enable limited residential development within the County of Haliburton's rural area. For that reason, it's my opinion that the zoning bylaw amendment application is supported by the county's official plan. So just concluding remarks, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application, in my opinion, is consistent with the provincial policy statement, the municipality of Dysart et al.'s official plan, and the County of Haliburton's official plan. The EIS prepared by Riverstone supports the development of the upland area and therefore the rezoning of the upland area from EP to RU1. And the hydrogeological opinion submitted or prepared by Wilson Associates confirms that developable or upland area is large enough to support the development of a single detached home. So I think that's it for now. I'd be happy to answer any questions from members of council or from members of the public. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Josh, for that presentation. That was great. I'm just going to look to staff first to see if there was anything comment. Josh, you was very thorough, but any comments from staff at this point?
No comments. I think that summed up very well.
Okay, so I'm going to open it up to the floor for councillors, but at the same time, this is one of the technical things. This is the first time we've used this format where council's in the room and somebody's typed in the chat box and I'd have to have a more than 20/20 vision to read that. So I'll wait to see. I don't know who typed anything in the chat box. Okay, very good. That's impossible. Even after having my eyes done. Okay, so I'm going to turn it over. I do see Councillor Clark has a hand raised first. We'll go there.
Thank you for the presentation, Joshua. And it does make sense. The piece of property that you've identified along Coaldale does follow. My primary question is for staff. Coaldale Road, is that maintained by the township on a year-round basis, or is it just a path that's seasonal?
It's a privately maintained road located on an open municipal road allowance.
Now, okay, and so further to that, then Jeff, would the RU1 zoning be appropriate, or do you need some restrictions on that that's recognized that the applicant will have to make arrangements for their own winter road clearing?
That's a good question, Larry. It does have frontage on a publicly maintained road, so the RU1 zone may be appropriate, but given that its access may be off of a privately maintained road, perhaps a limited services zone is warranted. Yeah, I think it meets both, so it's up to the discretion of council.
My concern on it, Jeff, is we've got a number of situations around the township where people have built on a seasonal road and all of a sudden they expect the township to pick it up. Our protection on that is often through the zoning. That's why I guess I'm questioning for, a question for you and Chris to see, is there some kind of a limitation or restriction that you can put on that recognize that the homeowner has got the responsibility for their own road access?
Well, that's a good question, and perhaps that can be done through a limited services zone or through a site plan agreement. I don't think the municipality is under any obligation to take on maintenance of that road, even upon request. It is at council's sole discretion as per the official plan policies.
Would that not sort of be up to the property owner to look into that? I don't know that we have to include it in any zoning. It's sort of, buyer beware or a builder beware. That's their responsibility to look into. They're now told they have to have entrance off Coaldale. They'll have to look into that themselves. And we've just stated that. So I don't know if that actually needs to get written into an actual zoning.
Sorry if I could just jump into, I know the official plan does have policy written around that even if an unopened road allowance is being used, it's the sole discretion of the owners on that, unopened road allowance. And it doesn't, the policy speaks to that we're not liable or have to assume that road at any time. So there is policy in the official plan that does describe that for unopened road allowances.
That's what I think. I think it's good to know to make sure the owners are aware, but ultimately, always it's the owner's responsibility to be aware of that. We're not changing anything. Go ahead, Councillor Clark.
I guess the reason for that is we've seen a number of situations where properties have been bought or developed and the appropriate research by legal or whatever has not happened. And all of a sudden I'm getting calls about, well, it's, I'm paying taxes, I should have a year-round road. And I'm saying, well, no, based on where you're located, not. But, and then traditionally what I've tried to do is go back to our zoning as justification of that. And there's at least, I guess in my mind, to protect the township, there needs to be a statement or something somewhere that recognizes that we do not have year-round responsibility for an unopened road. It's just, I just get so many calls on it. It's best to put it out there so there's no surprises.
May I just offer something to the conversation? It's Josh Morgan here.
Absolutely.
I'm just looking at my planning report and I haven't opened up the municipality's official plan during this part of the conversation, but I noted in the planning report that that section, I think it's 4.3H of the Dysart official plan directs that 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 if a property abuts a public street, so if it's an EP zone property that abuts a public street, and we go through the rezoning process, the area that is identified to be developable is deemed to be within the RU1 zone. So I'm pretty sure that's how we landed on our request to go to RU1. And just so everyone's aware, like it's really of no sort of like you're not going to hear me argue with you about whether it's a limited service zone or an RU1 zone. I really don't think it matters so much to my client as long as they can build a house in the upland portion. But I was just trying to remember why we had asked to go to the RU1 in particular, and I believe it came from the direction provided in Dysart's official plan. So, you know, and I'm not sure. I don't know if Jeff or Chris and I have talked about whether they're looking for the for my clients to enter into a site plan agreement or not. But if they were, that putting a clause in the site plan agreement, just almost reminding everybody, including future owners, that access is via a privately maintained road. I think that's also an appropriate mechanism.
Thank you, Josh. And actually, I was going to look to see if there's other questions for council, but you raised it. That was my question is, it doesn't say in the recommendation for zoning, but that we enter into a site plan agreement. And I think that seeing as there are some zoning infractions, which we are aware that they're going to be cleaning up, but a site plan agreement will make things a little bit stronger for us to enforce. So I'll wait. I did see Councillor Smith, but if I could just have staff answer that. Does that need to be in the resolution that we enter into a site plan agreement?
I believe that you, and Mallory may be able to help me on that, but I think you could say, and that the owner enter into a site plan agreement. Just trying to think of how to word the resolution.
Staff will need to return with a site plan agreement to be approved, right?
Yeah, that would be a separate.
So we can say, and that's, well, yeah, we're still in the public meeting, that's okay. And that staff be directed to return with a site plan agreement for approval?
Well, I think Chris's wording might be a bit more appropriate because staff can't force the applicants to make an application. So I think council needs to direct the owner to make application for a site plan agreement, and that staff can bring that forward upon receipt of the application.
It sounds like through Josh that the proponents would be willing to do that. We don't want to, have undue burden on them, but at the same time, it is a very small little developable piece of property, and to ensure that the wetland that we are trying to protect and the buffer between that and the wetland, that middle other color hatched section that you said, I think it's really important. But I'll look to the rest of council to see, okay, I've got staff hands and then I've got Councillor Smith. So I'll go to staff, Jeff and Mallory first.
My question's for Jeff. Jeff, do you want this further down when we're back in regular council, or do you want it here? Procedurally, does it matter to you?
With regards to the direction to the applicant, exactly. I don't think it matters either way.
Okay. Yeah.
But I just had a comment that I wanted to make, and perhaps it's directed to Josh and his clients. So the main difference between the rural type 1 zone and the rural type 1 with limited services zone is the permitted uses. With the main one being a single family dwelling is permitted in the RU1 zone, whereas only a seasonal dwelling is permitted in the RU1L zone. So I don't know the intent of your client and how they wish to use this property, but if this is their second dwelling and they intend to use it part-time, then maybe
I don't think it would be in my client's best interest to restrict the usage of the property to seasonal.
I think that's fair enough. It doesn't change the fact that
I think that, and
Dysart
going back,
doesn't snowplow that section. I think
Right.
that's okay, and that we don't need to identify that. So I'm going to turn to Councillor Smith if I could. He's been waiting patiently. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Madam Mayor, for raising that point about the site plan agreement. As per the report that we received, and I'd like to get Josh's comment on this, because I thought, Josh, you said in your introductory remarks you were going to address the non-compliance. There's a variety of issues right now, including a collapsed structure, trailers and garbage and debris and so forth on this property, some of it located in the wetlands area. And so I'm always amazed that people make an application when they haven't addressed, what I'll call core or basic issues in advance. And you mentioned your introductory comments, you were going to address that. I'd be interested in your comments first. Thank you.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Josh.
sure. I'm happy to do that, Councillor Smith. So I actually spoke with my clients just before the meeting this morning. Having done so, I can confirm that the camper trailer, the boat, and the pop-up trailer will all be shifted from their current location to the lands which we're proposing to rezone to RU1. So therefore pulling them off of the EP lands, and that one of the three structures has already been removed, which my client referred to as a tool shed. Okay, let me start again. The fifth wheel camper trailer will be moved to the RU1 zone. The pop-up trailer has already been removed from the property. The boat will also be, there was two boats there. I think there's an image in the staff report of two boats. One of those boats is being sold and the other one is going to be shifted to the RU1 zone as well. And then the garbage and debris, if it has not all already been cleaned up, it will be cleaned up. And I think that's something that needs to be captured in the site plan agreement. And the way that I would view this is the municipality would likely be requiring the removal and cleanup of these items as a requirement to be completed prior to the issuance of a building permit, right? Just to sort of provide the authority to the municipality there. And I understand in speaking with my client that one of the structures there, which there's a picture of actually in the staff report, has been there since the 1970s. And my client, Mr. Humphreys, has been in touch with the building department. And so I think there's some question as to whether that has legal non-conforming status there.
Okay, so I think just a question before I see if there's any.
I think that's just something that maybe we can discuss sort of offline.
Okay. Do we want to add the clause that they enter into a site plan agreement? Okay, so I have nods from council that we add that to the resolution. And at this time, then I would be looking to see if there's any members of the public that were present, have registered to speak. And none? Mallory?
The applicants have registered. They just turn on their camera now. So
Okay,
perhaps ask if they'd like to speak.
absolutely. This is the public meeting portion, so go ahead. Just turn your mic on, unmute. Thank you. Yep,
Hi.
you did it. Yep, that works.
Sorry, hi.
I would just like to say that we bought the property in 2015. It was full of garbage and metal. It took us 2 years just to get it to the state it's in now.
Yeah, people
That
were
was not
using it as a
us.
garbage can. They were dumping it, and we spent thousands of
years.
dollars, 2 years cleaning that place up because people didn't want to bring their garbage to the dump and pay for it. So they were just driving through and throwing their garbage on our property. And like I said, we spent 2 years straightening that out.
I mean,
And-
there's still, you're right, there is still garbage and metal way deep in the swamp.
We pulled
But that was not
snowmobiles out.
us. That was not
It was
us.
amazing how much stuff that we pulled out of there and paid for to get rid of. This is the original structure that's in mention, and that was made by Orville in the early 1970s. I just stood it up and straightened it and just made it look more apparent, and we've just
Same.
been using it as a storage shed. I have a couple ATVs in there and the barbecue stuff, and in the winter, we just stored the stuff in there. We had absolutely no idea we were doing anything wrong. When we bought the property, we were told that we could have camping and that would require a generator. We were told that there was electricity at the road, which is not true because it's environmentally protected. We would never have been able to do that. And someone called the municipality on us because of the generator. And that's how we ended up getting into all of this trouble that we're in. And I'm just trying to put it on the straight and narrow that, we spent thousands of dollars to make this right. And with the environmental impact statements, with the surveys, with everything that we've gone through over a period of 2 years, the first 2 years, like I said, was cleanup, but then unfortunately Carrie got cancer. She's beaten that, thank God now. And we're ready. I mean, we love Halliburton. There isn't anything in Halliburton that isn't beautiful. We want so much to be a part of the community and residents. As far as the road is concerned, both Haro and Nathan that are on that street right now, they both hire someone locally to just come in with a snowplow. And I'm fully aware of it being a privately maintained road, and I have absolutely no problem with that.
Okay, that's great. And you know what? You're not alone in purchasing property that people have used as a dump. That's unfortunately happened. There's old cars and old things, and we don't on property, and you buy something and think, but you're doing everything right now. You've got the environmental impact study. You've got, you did the Hydrogee study. You've got hired a planner. As far as I can see, this is a great application. I would support it, but with the addition of and there was nods around, so we would add that to the resolution for enter into site plan agreement. And it's basically not as much as the compliance on those items to be cleaned up, but also the protection of the wetlands, which we want to make sure that all the structures that you are about to build, the new home, will be making sure that that is within that area that you're delineated.
Right. If I could add, when Rob Massia, he's a bylaw officer, came into the property, I showed him the pictures of the redevelopment of the shed that's on the deed, that's on my deed. And he said that when I get a permit for the other side of the property, that we would look at getting the shed, that's the storage shed, grandfathered, because it's easily to see that it was made prior to 1977. I mean, you can't see that now because I've done so much renovations, but I stupidly thought that it would be just grandfather clause. I didn't know the legal limits to that. So unfortunately, I'm so.
No, the original roof is still there.
Yeah, the original roof is still there, but it was about to fall down. So I stood it up. I changed some posts. I put in some floor joists. I just turned it into a storage shed.
And that's okay, and we'll leave that with staff to, there's a mechanism for staff to just determine whether that's legal non-compliant. So I will look for a mover and seconder, Mallory, and if you could just help me through with reading the resolution of the addition. So I'll look around the table to Deputy Mayor Kennedy and seconded by Councillor McKechnie. And Mallory, if you could read the resolution.
So be it resolved that the report for file number D14 ZB 2022-003 Humphrey, which consists of lot 25, concession 4, in the geographic township of Dysart, municipality of Dysart at all, be received for information, and that council directs that a bylaw be brought forward for consideration during its May 24, 2022 regular meeting, and that council recommends that the bylaw be approved, and that the applicants will be required to enter into a site plan agreement for the subject property.
You've heard the resolution. All in favor? Okay, so that carries. Great. Thank you. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you so much, guys.
Great.
Thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
You too. Bye now. Okay, so that concludes the first file. I will wait 1 sec till we get, okay, there's staff back on, and I will get Chris Orson to take us through the next file, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is for file D14 ZB 2022-004 Lands of Homes. All neighboring property owners within the 120 meters have been circulated. The advertisement was placed in the local newspaper as per the requirements of the Planning Act. To date, 4 letters of support from neighboring property owners were provided, and 1 letter of objection provided by the Canisius Lake Cottage Owners Association, stating the following. The KLCOA supports that Dysart official plan objective of protecting the visual aesthetics of shorelines as well as supporting bylaws, and believes that approving zoning applications permitting temporary or permanent covers will set a precedent for additional rezoning applications. The KLCOA has not is not providing any comment related to the proposed garage. It's just for the structure on the dock for this application. And that letter has been attached, all letters have been attached in their entirety with the report. The proposal, just a general brief overview. Excuse me, the applicant would like to rezone their property located at 1030 Winkler Road from waterfront residential type 4 WR4 to waterfront residential type 4-XX exception zone in order to permit a 2-story accessory structure, of which the second story will be used for storage and a private cabin, and to permit an accessory structure located on a marine facility on the dock. The 2-story garage will include a garage area with livable space to the rear of the structure and a basement with additional garage area. The combined area for the proposed 2-story garage, the ground floor and second floor, to be a total of 310.6 square meters, which is 3,343 square feet. The second story of the garage will have an area of 155.3 square meters, which is approximately 1,671 square feet, of which 45 square meters, approximately 484 square feet, will be of a private cabin, and 110 of that square meters will be for the garage space. The lower level ground floor of the garage will have a total area of 155.3 square meters. The property is a peninsula-shaped residential lot on a plan of subdivision, which is located on the west end of Canisius Lake. The property is well vegetated with topography that slopes from the middle of the property to the lake. The property also has a small wetland area along the north portion of the site, but is not anticipated to be impacted by proposed application. The access to the property is from Winkler's Road through a long driveway which bisects the property. The applicant had noted that due to the narrow shape of their property and the existing driveway located through the middle of the property, the location for the proposed garage was challenging, and therefore the location shown on the site plan was the best option, both physically and financially. The proposed is generally consistent with the provincial policy. However, as noted in the report, the proposed canopy structure does not generally conform to the municipal official plan, and the proposed 2-story garage does not meet the general intent of the zoning bylaw as outlined. Therefore, it is recommended that council deny the proposed application as submitted, and that concludes the presentation. I believe the applicant is in attendance to provide further information related to their application, and staff's happy to answer any questions.
I think we'll hear from the applicant first. I'll just wait till he appears on screen. Good morning, Kevin.
Hi, how are you?
Good, good. So if you want to add anything you want to at this point, go ahead.
Okay, well, thanks for everybody for being here and reviewing my application. This has been a number of years trying to figure out what to do with the property to build the garage. I could share the screen. I'm not sure how in much detail everybody's looked at the application, but as Chris pointed out, the road does bisect the property, and I'm kind of doesn't matter which side I go on, it's a slope away from the driveway. So I'm kind of troubled on what I'm going to do. So if you look where I have the site, and maybe I will share the screen shortly, but it really lends itself for a 2-level garage. So I was thinking that's the way I wanted to go. I did get some costing on it and blasting, and now an engineered floor. And as much as that would make a smaller building, it would also have a lower building. I thought the price was going to be prohibitive, and as much as that, I thought it was going to be the right thing to do. Not knowing anything about bylaws at that time, I decided I'll do a engineered pad and just build a traditional garage that would meet all the current zoning. So we did some scraping. We got some engineers in there. I had 2 different engineers, Ted Rule, one, Eric Emroy, another, who came in and told us what we'd have to build from an engineered pad standpoint. Both ironically said that this place lends itself to blasting and building 2-level and getting the structure lower to the ground, as I thought. But then we got the pricing in. So what's required is over 150 loads of, I wrote in my application 3/4 minus, it's actually A little bit bigger than that, it's 1 minus, but upwards to $150,000 and 150 loads in order to create this engineered pad. And from, I have a beautiful cottage here. It's post and beam, it's stone. It's one of the nicest cottage properties on any lake you can find. My concern is this garage is now sitting proud of the cottage. It's all the right setbacks from the water, but it can be seen from the lake. We're going to have an enormous engineered pad with armor stone. And then you're going to have the garage, and then you're going to have the loft area where you have your 484 feet of livable space. So now I got a building that's high. In order to get the room that I need, I would propose a 4-slip garage for boats and all the things that we need. So a much bigger floor plate, significantly higher, and with not poor, I'm obviously going to do the best I can, but the curb appeal from the lake is not going to be near as attractive, nor is it going to be from my porch looking at this structure. So once I found that the price was basically a wash, I can now go back to going through this whole process, delaying construction by a year. We can now put storage space in the basement, and then garage space on the main floor. Like it's garage in the basement as well, but I'm saying how I'm looking at it will be storage like boats and things. Garage, 2-car garage on the main floor. And then in the back, I can put the livable area instead of in the loft to keep it down. So it looks nice. So all I'm trying to do is what I would think the council would want is less assuming building that fits in to the landscape with way better curb appeal. So that's all I'm trying to do.
Okay, thank you. And yes, even though you didn't share a screen, we've got photographs and we have the elevations of the proposed garage. And I think we understand what you're requesting, but of course it does not meet our zoning bylaw. So that is why the staff have recommended to deny, but I think we need to open it up to the floor for questions first from council, and then I'm not sure if there's anybody from the public. We do have the written comments, but Councillor Smith is first. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think first off, the bylaw, the zoning bylaw, the way council set it up is for 99.5% of the situations where it makes lots of sense. Most garages have the vehicle storage on the main level and some type of living quarters up above if they're going to have any of that type of thing, or even storage area above. In the case of Mr. Holmes' property, as he's described, a traditional structure is very challenging and frankly, I think almost inappropriate. And he has, because of the topography, the big rocks and so forth, the ability to actually drive vehicles from his parking area at his cottage into the second level of the garage, and then use the what would be effectively the basement of the garage, but the first level of the garage to store his quote toys and such. And again, because the topography can create a simple driving area for that. So I think that, the staff recommendation of supporting the zoning bylaw makes all kinds of sense in almost every situation. But I think in this case, the unique characteristics of this property mean that the type of construction that he has proposed here makes a lot of sense. And so I would hope that, council would support that. There could be, staff may have some expertise in this regard, maybe something that a site plan agreement that, stipulates further that he cannot expand the living area of this garage beyond the 484 square feet to 45 square meters. And by putting in a site plan agreement, not only he, but any future owner of the property understands that limitation and spell out a significant penalty if they ever violate it. I mean, our building staff has the right to enter an accessory building like this and make sure that it maintains compliance. So, it could be as simple as that. And I'd be interested if staff had any further comments in reaction to that type of proposal. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll turn it over to staff to comment on Councillor Smith's points.
Well, I think Councillor Smith makes some good points. If council does decide to proceed, the zoning bylaw itself might be an effective tool when it comes to enforcement. It states that they can't make that any bigger, and if he is enforcing that, then he is in violation of the zoning bylaw and it can be enforced. I'm not sure a site plan agreement would be necessary to implement that. However, I'm not sure, Chris, if during your review, if you have anything else you want to add to that.
No, I think those are all great points, and I think this is, we base it off the policies and stuff too. So based on official plan, as long as it's screened and everything else, which it sounds that this garage will be, and going through and being implemented through the zoning, the 45 square meters has to be adhered to. So I agree. I think you could look at it just through the zoning lens without site plan agreement. However, if council chooses the site plan agreement, then that would just further sort of solidify the 45 square meters of that garage.
Okay, my understanding of the site, but if I may just chime in on that and then we'll open it back up. The site plan agreement would be more for lighting, aesthetics, the exterior. The use is the use, and we have a zoning bylaw that permits uses. I don't think we need a site plan agreement in this case because, as staff just mentioned, the zoning bylaw adheres to that. So if for any reason you or a future owner of the property perhaps extends the extent of the a private cabin, then they're not in compliance with the zoning bylaw. So I don't think we need site plan. It'd be different if site plan is for, like, if we had a neighboring property that was requesting a vegetation buffer or lighting issues to a neighboring property. I do also see you can see the overhead photographs of your property, which, while at 4.5 acres approximately, is still, because it's on a peninsula and on a point. I actually thought that was under 30 meter up there, but you're under the 20 meter restriction. So that was when that was developed. Okay, so back to Councillor Smith and then to Councillor Clark next.
Well, I just wanted to confirm that if we just do it without a site plan agreement, that the zoning restrictions are registered on the deed, and that any future owner, is not only accidentally discovering it, that in their own legal review prior to purchase, that it's very visible to them. This is the situation I have to live with.
Well, so if this does go forward and then Mr. Holmes gets a building permit, the building permit buildings get inspected by our inspectors, and then it's correct at the time of occupancy. If someone breaks a zoning bylaw after that fact, then we have a mechanism through our bylaw enforcement officer to pursue that. Councillor Clark.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. I guess Councillor Smith has done a good job in terms of going out and looking at the site and alleviating some of the concerns we would have had with the garage and building space. The second portion, though, of the ask was with regard to some type of accessory structure to go on your docks, and that's what we had received a letter from the Canisius Lake Cottages Association about. Their concerns are real. What we're trying to do is maintain natural look shorelines as much as we can. Now, in reality, based on what Councillor Smith was saying, there are a number of docks throughout Canisius Lake that do have some kind of a temporary or seasonal type of cover on them. I guess which would comply with what we're trying to achieve. We don't allow permanent boathouses, that kind of thing anymore. I'm not too sure if it would. I don't think it would be fair not to allow it, but I think there needs to be some kind of a restriction, or at least a statement to the effect that it is seasonal, and if possible, to try and keep the look or the type of encroachment that's being proposed as small as possible, so it's not an eyesore. If you could answer, perhaps maybe speak to that, Mr. Holmes.
Happy to. The structure is 20 years old right now. It is just a cover over the boat. It's temporary. I don't put it up until the summertime, and I take it down by Labor Day. With boats the way they are now, the cost of boats. My boat, I did the gel coat last year for $10,000. The second time I've done it. These are expensive toys these days, and they need to be protected. It's a very low key top. I would say it's actually quite handsome. The pictures are in the file. And it's funny because there are in one of the pictures that we have here from the zoning bylaw on the garage and showing where my driveway is, you can actually see another one in the picture. There's probably over 50 easily on the lake. And it is an outdated bylaw, frankly, in my opinion. I know this is not the forum to change the rules forever, but we have boats, we have pontoon boats that have bigger covers than I have for my own boat that are just permanent as part of their boats. But we had, people have slides and trampolines and all these other things that are, flamingos that are, unsightly. My dock is quite classy, if that's the right term.
Yes, lots of flamingos, balloons and everything. I know that there's a lot of structures. However, and I know Councillor Smith is next. While you say we should possibly change our zoning bylaw, currently we don't. And just because there are others on the lake doesn't make it right for you. And I'm actually not in favor of that portion. I would be in favor looking to grant some, I guess it's not really relief, but as a zone for the garage. I understand the situation, the slope of the land, but the marine facility, maybe we can make a note to look at that and see, but right now it's not permitted. So Councillor Smith.
Yeah, thank you. I think you and I agree on this, that then the request with respect to the garage makes all the sense in the world. With respect to the canopy on the dock, Mr. Holmes is quite correct. There's got to be many dozens of those just on Kinesis across our municipality. There are multiple hundreds of violations to the zoning bylaw, which as Mr. Holmes said, probably speaks to the some of the flaws in the zoning bylaw. When you look at the definition, you could say taking an umbrella down to your dock and setting it up to protect yourself from the UV rays. Forget about your boat. Could in fact be a violation of our zoning bylaw because it's a temporary cover. And so I think very badly that we need to revisit that portion of our zoning bylaw and come up with a more appropriate set of rules. But I don't think creating a unique status for one property is the right way to do that. And it would frankly open the door to literally hundreds of waterfront property owners across the community thinking, oh, I got to go in and go through this zoning bylaw amendment process to have approval and make something legitimate that probably is common sense. So if we probably won't get it done for this summer, but we ought to put this on the table of staff and say that early in the new year, with the next update to the zoning bylaw, they bring back a more appropriate definition, and that we engage in the same kind of public consultation process we did a couple of years ago when we were updating the zoning bylaw. Get the lake associations, let individual property owners come in and express their perspective, and the council of the day early in 2023 could put in place a more effective, a more realistic set of rules that consider all of the needs of the community, including the waterfront views and perspectives, but also the need to care for people in terms of UV rays and accessories like boats. But I don't, I think, just doing it for one property here is the right approach right now. Thank you.
Okay, to Councillor McKechnie.
I kind of disagree. I think that Mr. Holmes stated that the canopy's been there for 20 years. All of a sudden now it's a problem. He puts it up in the spring or the early summer, takes it down Labor Day. I don't see how it's a problem at all. Thank you.
Well, it's one of those things, sorry, it's a little bit of a can of worms, right? So once we're aware of something, it's the same thing. If you were listening to the previous file and zoning application and the previous owners purchased land and there's something on the land and then they find it's not conforming. Once we're aware of something, and this happens all the time, people apply for a building permit and our staff are on site and we see something. So unfortunately, in this case, we see something because you're applying. So I'm not in favor of, at this time, permitting the marine facility. So I just, maybe, I know Mr. Holmes, you want to speak, but I just want to, if we can put that to rest, I'm going to look around the table to see with the rest of council with a show of hands, because I'd like to see these as sort of separate issues, because the recommendation is to say to deny, but it seems there's some support for the garage. Can I just look to council before, and then I ask you? Okay, so do people want to, with a show of hands, do you want to deny the marine facility? Just a hand so I can see. So, okay,
Good question. So what does that mean then?
he'd have to
Quite
take
honestly.
it down
So are we going to enforce everybody else on the lake to take it down?
until we're aware of it, what it is. Listen,
Well, the ones in the picture we could do.
it's a can of worms. I
It
don't
is.
know. But when, like I said, once we're aware of something, we're aware of it. And if I suppose it depends which way council wants to go. It is a very big dilemma, this little marine facility or cover. And I think that if we put it in the zoning that it is approved, then goes the other way. Does everybody else have to, like 50 people have to reapply, or should we be looking at our zoning application? Follow up from Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
I had in my own notes that the bylaw needs to be
Yeah.
revisited in my own notes, and I thank Mr. Holmes for bringing that up. That's why I was thinking, is there a way to grant some not grandfather, but to allow this until such time? I mean, it is a huge can of worms, and we've got lots of them, not just this issue.
And not just this lake.
And not, yeah, there's lots of them around. So I understand where he's coming from, but then we're going to enforce everybody else.
Okay, I'm going to go back to Mr. Holmes, if you want to speak, and then to Councillor Clark and then Councillor Smith.
So I just wanted, just because we're obviously talking about this. So this was the mirror dock of my parents' dock. So my parents have been on the lake since the mid-50s. I built the exact same dock that I have by dimension when I was 14 for my parents with the same cover. I then built the same dock, just talking about Mr. McKechnie saying, 20 years. It's in fact sort of been longer than that. And, these covers, they're not free. It's 20 years old, but I spent $6,000 or $7,000 at the time. And maintaining it or what have you. I'd also venture to say most people like myself, I had no clue that I was doing anything slightly wrong. And I know it was already raised with the previous one that you mentioned that. But, it's something that's really, I would say most people would think it's essential to have to protect their boat. And as Mr. Smith said, and to, have your own shade for yourself.
Okay, so thank you for that. I'm going to go now to Councillor Clark.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. I think if we could just remove this from the application, it's apparent that there's a larger policy that's needed, and we just ignore it for now. We're not blessing it, and we're not saying get rid of it. It's just get it off the plate, because we're not prepared to make it prepared to support or make a decision at this point. It's the easiest way.
We can take it off, but then we're not enforcing our own zoning bylaw. And we do have a letter of comment from the Canisius Lake Cottage Association in favor of the garage, but not in favor of the marine facility. And we have to respect the comments from the public as well. So just on that note, Councillor Smith and then Councillor McKechnie.
Well, I think that the problem with putting it into the zoning bylaw amendment is that it legalizes a single, structure, this canopy. And it hamstrings then the council that decides to review this definition and, what they're going to allow. We've got another situation like this that we've talked about, and that's freestanding saunas. And, by the definition of our zoning bylaw, they're not allowed. Freestanding saunas are not allowed anywhere on a Dysart property. Yet we all know as counselors, there's again, hundreds of them out there. And legitimately we would say, well, they shouldn't be in the waterfront area. So in your setback, if you got one there, we're going to come out and enforce it until you got to move it. As we've done in that area, and I think in this one, we could just say to the bylaw officer, just go easy on the enforcement side of this thing. Let's focus on the education aspect of it. Mr. Holmes is going to take this thing down by the 1st of September. Well, that's probably by about that time before the bylaw officer get to go out and check and see what's happened. And it keeps the onus on council and staff to come back with this bylaw and change the bylaw to something that is more practical. It gets the public a chance to get engaged, the Lake Association to get engaged and say, yeah, we need something beyond what we got right now, but we don't hamstring ourselves. And, you'll be able to protect us both this summer and by next summer, we'll have a more effective piece of legislation in place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor McKechnie.
Yeah, I think that, for us to make Mr. Holmes take this down, it's 100% wrong. Because like we say, this is a big can of worms, like you say. And I think that if he wasn't doing this garage, nobody would have said a word about the canopy. And it just seems every time you try to spend $1, a neighbor's got to poke their nose in. Now it's my time to aggravate Mr. Holmes. And I think we should just, let it be. And the next council for sure should be addressing this and either coming up with a new bylaw, new set of rules. But we punish Mr. Holmes there. Who's the next neighbor who's going to complain here about somebody who wants to do something? Because there's a lot of infractions on everybody's property. I don't know. We've lived with them for so long. Why all of a sudden are they aggravating people? I just don't understand. So thank you.
Okay, for that. I think the problem is putting it in this specific zoning bylaw. It is, to Councillor Smith's point, just better to sort of not include it right now and review it. By putting it in, no offense, Mr. Holmes, but it's then we've set a precedent and we've bound a future council, and I think it really should be something, because you mentioned it yourself. There are other structures, people have pergolas, they have tent type or umbrellas. So I think, like I say, it's opening a bigger can of worms. I'd rather not include it right now. Go easy on any enforcement. Is there anyone else that wants to comment? Because there's lots of councillors commenting right now. So, but I want to go back to staff, which if we are in favor of approving the garage, is this a site specific zone where you do exemption, some XX, or how is that written in? I haven't got to the bylaw.
That's correct. So the the exception zone will be, we'll have XX or an exception zone.
Yeah, an exception zone. Okay, just to clarify, so because it's not in there, it will be in the bylaw when that comes forward. Any further comments from council? Any further comment, Mr. Holmes? Okay, so we do have a resolution. Now the resolution does recommend that the bylaw be denied, but I believe that there was support, so I will have to change that. But the bylaw would include the garage only. So to the clerk, I'd need some rewording, and the council recommends the bylaw be amended.
Yeah, I can read it again if that works.
Well, sure. What I'll do, I'll look for a mover and a seconder, and I'll get you to read it. Okay. Councillor Smith is moving and Councillor Donaldson is seconding. And go ahead, Mallory.
Sure. So be it resolved that file number D14 ZB 2022-004 for the lands of Homes, which consists of parts lots 4 and 5, concession 1, lot 78, plan 589, and the geographic township of Havelock, municipality of Dysart et al. Be received for information. And that council directs that a bylaw be brought forward for consideration during its May 24th, 2022 regular meeting. And that council recommends that the bylaw be approved as amended to remove permission for an accessory structure located on the marine facility.
You've heard the resolution. All in favor? Sure.
Like, I didn't catch the last part of what Mallory said there.
Mallory, can you
So
repeat, just question to ask to repeat the last sentence of the
I just
resolution?
want to know, does the resolution say that we have to remove the marine structure?
Yeah, so it's removing council permission for the accessory structure, which is the cover of the marine facility.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're not doing anything about it right now. It's
Okay.
just not going to
Sorry,
be
I
in
just
the,
didn't- I
that's
just didn't
fair enough.
understand that.
It's
Thank
not going to be in the bylaw as an approved permitted use. So I will ask again, all in favor? Okay, so that carries. Okay, thank you, staff. Thank you, Mr. Holmes, for that.
Thank you.
We have one more item in our public meeting. It may take some time, so I just want to look to council. Generally, we take a little bit of a break. I know, but I kind of, on one hand, want to keep rolling. So it's just going to look to see if anyone needs a break or if we can. Okay, it's determined that we're going to open this last file and we will take our break after this. So Chris, I'll get you to take us through the lands of Kirby, please.
Thank you. This is for D14 ZB 2022-005 lands of Kirby. The application was circulated to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands, and appropriate agencies circulated for comment. The and required advertisement was placed in the local paper as per the Planning Act. To date, 3 letters of opposition were received. One from Scott Cordoban, which is a neighboring property owner, has concerns with chickens will cause a big problem, dramatically increasing predators to their property and inevitably mine. Number 2, I have many multiple bear sightings, coyote, fox, wolf encounters on my property, and will likely fall to these predators when raising animals on their property. The photos were attached of bears that he's had sighted on his property, and concerns with roosters screeching, destroying my tranquility of the property. Then there's also appears majority of the property is EP and had no concern with the application making use of their development. Then you have Maria, Bino, and Flora Luna, which are adjacent property owners, oppose a change in the environmental protection zone to rural residential for urban agriculture and backyard hen use. Concerned with dumping of brush, trees, garbage, manure around the property line of their property, which abuts to the west of the subject property. Would like area to remain environmentally protected. Also concerned about manure smell, predator bears, which can be destructive and dangerous. Neighboring property owner to the north, Tina, has concerns with wetland preservation and mitigating the impact of climate change, disease transmission from proposed backyard chickens, contamination of wetland areas from farming activities, including the introduction of invasive species and fertilizer pesticide runoff, destruction of amphibian frog and habitat. Tina is in attendance today and could speak further to her concerns as outlined. All letters were attached in their entirety to the report for council. The proposal, a brief description of the overview of the proposal. The applicant would like to rezone a portion of their property in order to accurately delineate the environmental protection area to provide a larger building envelope for residential development of a single dwelling, septic system, and drilled well. Originally, the applicant had requested the zoning also include the urban agricultural backyard hens or backyard chickens, hen coop, and hen run uses on the proposed rural residential portion of the property. However, upon review of the application, it was noted that the above uses are permitted within the RR5 zone as under the hobby farm use. Therefore, the requested use as circulated in the public notice are no longer required for this portion of the application. The proposed zoning amendment also required that the applicant submit a site evaluation report to ensure the development will not have a negative impact on adjacent wetland features. And where negative impacts are anticipated, these can be acceptably minimized through the avoidance and mitigation measures. The proposed also includes a 20-meter buffer area from the delineated wetland feature as shown on the attached figure to the report. In addition, the subject property is within a wildland fire risk assessment area as identified in Appendix A of the municipal official plan. The applicant has identified the wildland fire risk assessment through the site evaluation report for the proposed development. As noted, with the report, studies were included in support of the proposed application. Was a planning justification report and the site evaluation report, including the wildland fire assessment, which is dated December 22nd, 2022. The property majority of the property is naturalized with forest and wetland communities. 2 cleared areas of the subject property exist, currently used for seasonal residential purposes. The main open cleared area is located within the eastern portion of the subject property and comprises of a trailer, wooden shed, 3 storage structures. Access into the subject property is provided along the eastern driveway. The additional driveway extends northwesternly to the main clearing towards the existing cabin. A series of narrow recreational foot trails also exists throughout the forested area. In general, the topography of the subject property is rolling, with some elevations increasing towards the southerly direction and decreasing towards the wetland EP community along the north portion and west portion of the property. Through review, the applicant has a few compliance issues that were noted related to the subject property. The applicant is to work with the municipal building and bylaw department in order to bring the property into compliance with the zoning bylaw. The proposed is generally consistent with the provincial policy, generally conforms to the municipal official plan, and is recommended that council approve the proposed application. That concludes the presentation, and I believe the applicant or the applicant's consultant is in attendance to provide further information related to the application. And Tina, the neighboring property owner, I believe is also in attendance to speak to their comments as provided with this application. And that concludes the presentation.
Okay, thank you for that, Chris. And I see, Sue, you're already with your microphone off and your screen on. So I'm going to turn it over to you as the planner for the applicant. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm here this morning. I believe the property owner, Juliet Kirby, is in attendance with her son, Jesse. They own the property on Tattersall Road. And I think Jesse may wish to announce or converse with council. I believe Juliet does not want to speak. So I would just go back to exactly what the Kirbys are trying to do. They have a property that has some rural residential zone on the property, but it represents a fairly small portion of the property. The lion's share is zoned environmental protection. We were asked by the municipality to do the site evaluation report, to prepare the wildland fire risk assessment, and to do the planning justification report. And all of that supporting documentation has been submitted. So we've done our homework, and the conclusion of the site evaluation report was that we could refine the area of the environmental protection zone and include a setback while still protecting the environmental protection zone and having no negative impacts as required by the provincial policy statement. The intent from the Kirby's perspective was to get a little larger building envelope so that they could put their house slightly further back from the road. They just wanted a little more privacy, but they are certainly quite willing to respect the environmental issues. We did have the one letter. Oh, and we will talk about compliance. There are some issues of zoning compliance. We received the staff report on Thursday. It was posted, and we became aware of those issues. And so I reached out to my client and said we should touch base with the building department right away on Friday And so we have reached out to the building department. They don't know exactly what they need to do yet to bring each item into compliance, but they're willing to do that. So that'll be part of our process moving forward. The one letter that we received that was the most extensive letter. It was 19 pages, and it made a lot of statements about the environmental report, the site evaluation report, which was prepared by Michalski Nielsen, which is a well-respected firm, has been doing these types of reports for many years. And I could only reach that letter was made. We were made aware of that letter on Wednesday. And I could finally reach Gord on Friday afternoon. And he very kindly said, I'm committed for Tuesday morning, but I will prepare some comments for you. So with your indulgence, it's about a half-page email he sent me this morning responding to the letter that was sent.
Just to clarify, Sue, this is from Mr. Michalski responding to the letter that you received?
Yes. Tina
yes.
Halimi. Yes.
So the letter you're reading from is written by
Gord Michalski, the ecologist,
yes.
who's the president of Michalski Nielsen.
I just wanted to clarify that. Go ahead.
Okay. So he said, I'm sorry I was not able to attend today's meeting, but do wish to provide a brief response to the comments by Ms. Halimi, who I understand to be a neighbor. And just as a point of clarification, her property is located 150 meters north of the Kirby property. So it's a fair distance away. He said, please feel free to reference these comments. Oh, that's to me, sorry. Our firm was hired to properly map the wetland boundaries. An ecologist and wetland specialist did that work following professional standards. That ecologist has over 15 years experience in delineating wetland boundaries in Ontario and has been certified by the province as a wetland evaluator under the Ontario Wetland Evaluation System. This is the standard employed across the province for undertaking such evaluations. It should go without saying that we take our role in completing such work professionally and accurately very seriously, and the suggestion that we would manipulate the results in favor of an applicant is without merit. Our work on this property followed proper rules and procedures in identifying what is wetland and what is not, and in delineating the wetland boundary accordingly. The letter quite correctly points out that some of the vegetation found in the moist spruce fir conifer forest are species that would also be found in wetlands. However, that does not make that community a wetland. The 50% rule was applied by an experienced and certified wetland evaluator in properly reaching our conclusion. The same is also true in our assessment of the moist maple hardwood community. The comments on vernal pools are not relevant to the wetland boundary assessment we completed. Vernal pools are a very common feature within the Haliburton landscape, and there are no concerns that the application by the Kirbys will negatively impact on amphibian breeding in this locale. There are references to marsh breeding birds such as black tern and least bittern in the comments, which are simply not relevant to the wetlands on or forested communities of this property. In summary, there is nothing in this letter which changes our opinion about the adequacy of our work or the appropriateness of our findings and recommendations. Regards, Gord Nielsen, Masters of Science, ecologist, president of Michalski Nielsen Associates Limited.
Okay, thank you for that, Sue. And so what is, if it's okay, I'll turn it over to Jesse if he wants to comment on the application. Then we turn it first to councillors and then to members of the public.
Can I just make one very quick factual correction?
And you are?
Sorry, my name is Patrick Reno. I'm Tina's husband. We both own the adjacent.
Okay, we haven't opened it up to the members.
Oh, but just very quickly, we are the direct neighbors. It was said that we're not the direct neighbors. We do own land directly adjacent. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, Okay, thank you for that. So let's just hold that thought if we can, and I did want to hear from Jesse, and then Jesse and Sue together, then to counselors.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, we don't have any plans for, large agricultural farming, as was concerned. It's mostly just my two parents living there, wanting to do a kind of small garden and greenhouse, like you would see kind of in a residential kind of city lot. So nothing large there, everything organic. And the chickens would be, after they live there and have somewhere to put them. And if, bears became an issue on the property or around the property, that would be, of concern to them as well. So then they would stop. It would be a couple laying chickens, no roosters or no noise. And I think that's it.
And that was identified by staff that was a permitted use. So we don't actually even have to talk about that today. That's permitted. So anything else, Sue, before I turn it over to counselors to see if there's questions on the application?
Yeah, I'm not trying to be argumentative. I just, when I go by the address that was provided in the letter, it was 1169 Tattersall. And when I look that up on the GIS,
Sorry. No. It can be confusing. We own two pieces of land, right? We own one piece of land, which is smaller, and then we own a bigger piece of land, which is like all around that piece of land.
Okay. Well,
that's probably why you're confused.
Yeah, that wasn't identified in the letter. So I apologize.
Well, it's okay. We just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. And anyway, any member of the public can comment whether they were circulated or not in the public planning process. So really, that's a bit of a moot point as well. I mean, good to know, but it doesn't for clarification, but any member could comment on a public rezoning application. So now if I could turn it over to council, and I see Councillor Clark is up first. Go ahead.
Again, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think this has been well researched, and as Mrs. Harrison has laid out, I think they've done their due diligence. The matter of chickens, I refer back through to Jeff Files, and this was included in our official plan. This was put forward a couple of years ago where people want access to quality food, and even within urban environments now, we are allowing that, although on a limited scale, so it's not causing issue for neighbors. But chicken raising for personal use and providing it's not causing issues should not be a problem. And there are things that can be done to mitigate or to make sure that things are housed in such a way that it's not causing difficulty. So this should not be a reason to block this particular application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. Did I see another hand? Deputy Mayor Kennedy, go ahead.
Yeah, I think in this report, I'm just trying to find it again. You mentioned a 20-meter setback to protect the EP. Is that? I thought
That's
we were
correct.
30 meters, unless this is a. Isn't it usually 30-meter setback from
Yeah,
EP?
let's check with staff on that
Yeah.
one. As the buffer zone.
As a buffer zone, sorry. Yeah, thank
So
you.
to staff,
Thank you. The 30-meter setback actually applies to a water body. So that 30-meter buffer would be on top of that 30-meter setback. So it's an additional layer of protection.
so the first file today, if I may, Deputy Mayor Kennedy, the first file today, they showed a buffer zone delineating of the upland area by a 30-meter buffer. So EP, 30-meter buffer, then the land that we're going to zone. In this case, is it EP and a 20-meter buffer? And then the land that we're going to expand to rezone? Is that for clarity?
Chris, do you want to comment on that? Sorry, I just
Important.
better to turn it over to Chris.
That's correct. So from the feature, the 20-meter buffer to the permitted use. And I don't know if Sue would want to clarify any further based on that, based on the application and the study, but that's how it was outlined in the report study. So it'll be the feature and then the 20-meter buffer and then your rural residential zone.
Right. Yeah, so the buffer is an added 20-meter buffer that they're recommended based on the ground truthing that they did in redefining the EP zone. So it's an extra layer of protection, but they'll still have to, the area that's being rezoned to rural residential exception zone, that will still have to follow whatever setbacks apply in the rural residential zone. So it's
Yes,
just an added layer of protection.
But the first application that we had today showed an added layer of a 30-meter buffer. So I think council's probably looking for some consistency in the buffer from the delineated actual EP. So, Councillor Smith was waiting with a hand up, so go ahead.
Thank you. Well, a number of questions or comments, but on that topic, I had also wondered about why it was a 20-meter buffer as opposed to a 30. You know, somebody laying out a new lot today would be subject to a 30-meter buffer requirement. And, you know, given this has been previously all zoned EP, it seems to me it's kind of like setting up a new lot, and therefore a 30-meter buffer would be, you know, more appropriate. I also, you know, I think there's some clarification for the neighbor who's worried about roosters. As I understood our bylaw, it allowed you to have hens, not roosters.
That's correct.
Yeah, so there should be somebody relaxing on that front. And I noticed also the application is setting aside, or rather proposing two areas that are no longer going to be, two areas of the lot are no longer going to be classified as EP. And what I'll call the central area that is developed now. And then to the south, you've got a second chunk that you're asking to reclassify. And is my interpretation from the report correct in that respect?
So sorry, I could clarify a couple of those points. So there is existing zoning on the property for RR5. It's just expanding those two areas to further define those areas with the environmental protection area. Going back to your first point, the RR zone includes a 30-meter setback already. So development on that RR has to already be 30 meters from that buffer area. Then that 20-meter buffer area creates that 20-meter. So essentially you're going to be further than 30 meters for any development on the property from the wetland area. So just to clarify that for council.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. Councillor Smith, are you satisfied with that? I think the one of the map that I am finding most helpful in this case is the one that it's on page 15 of 88 of this file when it comes up in my agenda here, and so it shows the green. That's where the mapping is currently, and where you see the pink. So the red outline is their property. The pink outline is the proposed new rural zone. Correct? Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's just expanding, and you can see from the photograph there was a very, very small little window there where any house could possibly be on the property to the whatever direction that is, north.
Yeah, I saw that same interpretation, and I went out, actually drove out on the weekend because I was not familiar with this this area. There's a tremendous amount of wetlands along Tattersall Road, and but the primary site here is up actually quite high, and would be inappropriate for anybody to argue that that's wetlands, and it would be, to me, inappropriate to anybody to actually legitimately argue you can't prohibit development of an area that's so high up beyond the wetlands. And it's I didn't enter private property. I was just looking at it from the road, but it seems pretty sizable. And so a development in terms of building a home there seemed very reasonable. I do worry about some of the ancillary activities. Hobby farm is pretty broad definition, and ensuring that is contained. If it's proposed here, that'll be 50 meters from the wetland. If that's what they're, if we ended up with a site plan agreement that defined that, maybe that's sufficient distance to offer full protection of those wetlands. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And you just mentioned the word site plan agreement, and I think that that was referenced in the information at the beginning, and that there wasn't a thought that there would be a site plan agreement. Is that correct to the applicant?
I think staff was sort of asking
Right.
for council direction in that respect. And to me, the council direction ought to be, yes, let's have a site plan agreement and let's ensure that any hobby farm activity is that full then 50 meters away from the wetland area, then that would maybe be more appropriate. Thank you.
Yeah. So to the rest of council, there was an intent. Yeah, there's nod so that we would, as similar to the first file, include a recommendation to enter into a site plan agreement. Okay. Sorry, Jesse, you've got your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to again clarify, like by hobby farm, it was just the handful of hens to get laying eggs that they wanted on the property. If that's already included in the rural residential zoning, and it's easier to remove, hobby farm from the application, and not have to go through a site plan approval, that can be done as well, I assume. Sue can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, my understanding is in the rural residential zone as of right, the hens are allowed and what they call urban agriculture, which is defined already. So I don't see a reason to redefine it for this particular property because you have a definition in your zoning bylaw already. You define what hen coops can be, what urban agriculture can be. So it's already addressed in your zoning bylaw.
Yes, I agree, Sue. I don't think we need to address that. I think the purpose of a site plan agreement is, if you were listening, similar to the first file, because of the protection of the EP zone, and we are expanding this, is mainly to ensure that everything is meeting those setbacks, and any kind of other compliance issues are dealt with under the site plan agreement.
With respect, is it possible to incorporate those setbacks into the site-specific zoning amendment and avoid having to do a separate application for a site plan application? I'm just thinking of the Kirbys. They've spent quite a bit of money on these studies and just to build a house and to redefine the zone. I don't think we'd have any objection to putting those same requirements into a site-specific zoning amendment and just roll it into one document.
I'll look to staff on that one, because generally now how we're doing things is this public meeting, and then we close this and then we go right into our regular meeting. And I don't know if staff are going to be able to have time to prepare a different bylaw. We could then, the other alternate is then to defer for one more month, but it does mean then they wouldn't enter into a site plan agreement if they're willing to. So can I just turn to Chris and Jeff for update on that?
Yeah, I think that's correct. To make the change, we would probably look to defer and then look at how to implement those setbacks and everything else into the zoning. And then just to the point of a site plan agreement, typically we look for direction on these types of applications, and whether council wants to implement those features into a site plan agreement, as well as the conditions and those type of things that, or the recommendations that are in the environmental studies. But if we are to do it the other way through the zoning, I think we would look to defer it until we're able to have the appropriate information implemented into that zoning.
Okay, so what I think would be a good thing to do right now is just hold that thought. Council can make that decision in a minute, but we do have members of the public who are have requested to speak. So Tina, I know you, Tina and Patrick, you are together, but I have you first on the list, so I will turn to you.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of council. My name is Tina Halimi. So we are just at the adjacent property. Our 911 number is 1196, but we also own the other parcel of land as well. So I just want to mention that I hold a bachelor's and master's degree in environmental studies from the University of Waterloo. I am quite familiar with wetland environments. I'm also a lawyer. I have a dual LLB and BCL degree from McGill University. So we have numerous questions for Ms. Harrison, which we hope that she can sufficiently answer, given that we are adjacent landowners. So if she's ready for that, I can start asking her those questions.
I am happy to answer any questions that relate to my area of expertise. I obviously cannot speak on behalf of Gord Nielsen. And you heard his response to your letter. So I will answer anything that's within my realm of expertise.
And
I will say just quickly, it's a bit unfortunate that the experts weren't able to attend, given that. I mean, I appreciate that.
Patrick, you do need to raise your hand to be addressed by the chair, okay?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize those were
It's
the rules.
okay, just to keep order and also to keep the audio
That
visual
makes sense.
for
Where's
people to
that?
listen to. So just
Okay.
hold that thought. Keep in mind, it seems that the council will be looking at possibly a deferral. So what I suggest is you ask your questions. Sue can answer as best, Ms. Harrison, excuse me, can do as best as she can. But at the same time, if it is a deferral and this will come back to the public meeting in June, that we can further address those questions in more detail at that time.
Sure.
So ask away, but they don't need to be answered today.
Okay, thank you. So the site evaluation report doesn't mention anything about the significant frog habitat and population on the Kirby property. And we've provided many photos of this in our submissions. We've provided photos of the frogs while they're mating, which is essentially May. May is their traditional mating time. We've provided photos of the frog spawn or the frog eggs. There are so many. So do you have any comment on why the site evaluation specifically states that there are no amphibian breeding habitats on the Kirby property? So this is problematic and shows that going in once in September 2021 to conduct a single field investigation is inadequate and does not take into consideration the multiple species and their habitats at different times of the year.
Clearly, that is a question that relates to the site evaluation report. It's outside my area of expertise.
Okay, next question.
I would also like an answer for, I guess, the fact that frogs are sensitive species. They're, I guess, very, very sensitive to runoff from agricultural areas, from fertilizers and pesticides. And again, that is not something that is considered. And when I say there is a significant frog community, there really is. There are hundreds of frogs. Not only on our wetland, but also on the Kirby's wetland, which we have witnessed, during spring walks this time of the year.
I'm sorry, were you walking on the Kirby property?
No, adjacent to the Kirby property on Tattersall Road. We have not trespassed. And we have provided proof as well of photos taken adjacent to their property of the vernal wetland area. So that is
okay.
I think one at a time. Just, yeah. Go ahead, Sue.
Thank you. I think it's pretty clear if you're going to ask questions about the site evaluation report, I'm not the person that can answer those questions. We would have loved to have someone here for the meeting. But as I said, we received your letter last Wednesday. Gord is involved in LPAT hearings. I was unable to get a hold of him until Friday afternoon. I think it was wonderful that he provided us with this email we received this morning, and I think he had a very good, thorough response. I think if we have to go down this route and answer point blank questions on the site evaluation report, obviously we're going to have to need to have him participate in the meeting. And he indicated he has 11 weeks of LPAT hearings coming up. So I don't know his availability, but we will certainly try and arrange to have him available, whether it's in a written form or a verbal form. But if the questions are all related to the site evaluation report, clearly I am not the person to answer those questions.
That's fair enough. And my understanding, if you have a reputable person who has done the site evaluation to delineate the expanded area that the rural lands can be. And so there would be no building, no disturbance of land, no trails being cut, nothing happening on the EP, including the buffer zone. So all species at risk have to be protected, whether they be frogs or anything else, any other creatures, and in that area that have to be protected.
Correct.
So, Tina, do you have any further questions that aren't already included in your written response? Because I think if we lean to the deferral, that the planner, Ms. Harrison, can get that back if you need a more further detailed response. And also, Ms. Harrison, if you can contribute that piece that you wrote, if you can forward that to our
Yes.
planning department so we can have that to read. Tina, did you have any other further different questions that weren't included in your report?
So I should mention, I have many questions regarding the site evaluation report. So I think it would be best for a deferral to take place and for me to ask, I guess, those experts. I just wanted to mention, Ms. Harrison just stated that, trails haven't been created. Trails have been created. I think those are evident in the photos provided by the Kirby's of their property, the photos showing that trails have been cut. And actually, not last summer, but the summer before, we were on our property and we heard, trees being cut down. So we know that the environmentally protected area has been disturbed, in fact. So I just wanted to have that on the record. And let me just see if I have any further questions for Ms. Harrison. So, Ms. Harrison, with respect to your report, you did mention backyard hens and the urban agriculture, but there's no discussion of the backyard hens and their impact on the wild bird population, avian flu, the ability for the backyard hens to easily transmit pathogens, such as similar to, the problem we're facing right now with this global pandemic, COVID-19, something so small like that in a wetland environment. That is a really important topic of discussion, but it was completely omitted from the.
It was omitted because it's approved in our zoning bylaw. So they didn't need to address it. I could have chickens in my house. I don't particularly want to, but I could. So we really have to, as a municipality, and several municipalities in our area approved that. So it really doesn't need to be addressed by the planner.
Okay, but given the global landscape with climate change and just, pathogen transmission, I think it is an important topic to be discussed, because the more backyard chickens we're allowing, that there will be an increase in transmission, obviously. And many reports have said this, and many reports have said, do not allow backyard chickens or hens or whatever, especially in a biodiverse area like a wetland environment, the transmission rate.
Like I say, we have to move on from that point. Dysart has it in their zoning bylaws approved use. I do see other hands raised, but I'm letting Tina finish the floor, and then we'll move to Patrick, and Jesse also has a comment.
I also take issue with the site evaluation report. It's not an environmental impact assessment report. It also doesn't mention, so Ms. Harrison, she mentioned that they did take into account the 50% wetland vegetation rule, but I think that was done in a visual manner. So I have several more questions on how they actually did delineate the wetland environment from the non-wetland environment. Let me just see what else I might have. I have questions about the topography. Their land is situated higher up. This was mentioned by council as a good place to have a house and to have these kinds of activities going on, because it's further away from the wetland environment. But of course, everything is going to be running off downwards into the wetland environment. That includes like fecal matter from the hens, that includes pesticide, fertilizers, all those sorts of things, they run off and they run downwards based on the topography. So there's no mention of that in the report as well, in neither of the reports. So that's concerning for me, because we as neighbors, we have a large environmentally protected wetland area. So that would run off into our area.
Okay. I'm not sure that Ms. Harrison needs to answer that. A lot of your questions are basically you are disputing the environmental assessment that was done by a reputable person. So unless all municipality can do, we aren't environmental engineers or have any ability to do that. We received from this particular company many reports. If there's further questions that you have regarding that specific area that we're expanding of the rural, perhaps I think the best thing to do, it seems like you have, because we do have a time limit for the public comments. That's why you're allowed written comments. And I think we're sort of getting past your little window of time. Through the planner, would it be possible for, if Tina has further questions other than not included in your already proposal that you, written, that you already sent, if there's anything further, can she send that through to the planning department to then send to Ms. Harrison, or can she send that directly?
Yeah, certainly you can send it to the planning department. We can forward those comments or questions on.
Okay, so Tina, if you have anything separate from that wasn't included in your written submission, we can, if there's anything further after today, you can send that to our planning department and we'll ensure that it gets to the applicant through their planner. Okay?
Sure, that's fine. And I believe that my husband, Mr. Reno, he has his hand up. So if
I'm as a chair, I see that. I said we do one at a time, and so we do have a time limit. So I will, but also the applicant is wanting to speak as well. But Patrick, I will turn it over to you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. I don't actually have too much to add to what Tina just said. I think, our main concern, we're talking about the wetland environment, which is really a wetland environment that we share with Mr. Kirby. And I think that's kind of a big source of our concern here in terms of redelineating what the boundaries of this environment are. And any impact that the proposed development could have on the wetland, which, it's obviously, we don't want to have a negative impact on an environmentally protected zone that contains a lot of sensitive species. And, I think my wife put a very thorough report together kind of explaining how old these environments are. It really takes apparently about 1,000 years for these wetlands to form. And so I think we're stewards or custodians of that, right? And this is a, half-hour council meeting where we're making a decision you're making a decision, I'm sorry, on that really is, when you think about it, fairly significant. When you look at it from that perspective, perhaps. Sorry, was someone saying something? Or?
No, go ahead. You have finished.
Oh,
Are you?
I apologize. No. So yeah. So I think that's sort of the source of our concern. I'll just Ms. Harrison, I don't want to ask you any questions that you can't answer. And I apologize if I missed this when you were introducing yourself. But what is your expertise in this matter?
I'm a professional planner. I have undergraduate degree, honors urban planning from University of Waterloo. I have a master's of science in small town rural planning from Guelph. I have 30 years experience.
Side, I think.
Yes, I'm a planning consultant.
I understand. Okay, so I won't ask you any of the environmental questions.
No, and we've already stated that if there are further, because you did have a lengthy written submission, but if there was something that wasn't in that written submission that you want to add further today, we've heard the verbal, and then you can send that along. So is there anything else, Patrick, to add today that we haven't already heard?
Yes, just 2 points. One, I will say, there's been discussion about, well, chickens are allowed anyway, so we don't need to discuss chickens, or, we don't need to discuss farming because it's allowed anyway. I mean, I think in this context, it is something we should be thinking about, just because it's either, on a wetland or right beside a wetland. And, because of the fact that the municipality has decided to allow chickens and urban or agriculture, I guess, in this RU1 zone, and that we're proposing to change an EP zone to an RU1 zone. I think the possibility that there's going to be chickens on a wetland or chickens right beside a wetland, I do think that's something that needs to be considered and properly addressed. I think it's in fact quite important. These impacts on endangered species and the fact that, all this would be occurring at the very least uphill from a swamp area.
Well,
where
I'm
all
going to
this stuff
cut you
would
off
gather
there,
and needs to be
Patrick.
taken
I know
into
that
account.
this is a public meeting and the public have a right to speak, but that is a council decision. I don't think we need to talk about chickens anymore today for this application. If we open our zoning bylaw up, or our planners have a file folder in their office that says for future considerations, if you have any concerns on the chicken issue, well, let's shelve that.
I'm not talking about.
No, but let's not, we're not talking about it for
zoning.
this application because it's not relevant. So if you do, by all means, that's what the process is for. If you have concerns, you can write the planning department separately, and that comes up when we do our zoning bylaw review on a regular basis. Sue Harrison did have her hand up, and then I don't know if the applicant.
Well, can I make my last point, or?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah, no, my last point was just, there are a number of, and we've tried to highlight them, but there are a number of, and we're not disputing that the firm that did the site assessment report is reputable, but there are a number of inaccuracies in the report, which I think are a bit concerning. And also, that the report, I don't think, does a very good job of outlining the procedures it used to arrive at its conclusion. So we're not disputing that they're reputable. We're just, we just have additional questions about their methods, and some of their conclusions are fairly clearly inaccurate.
Well,
okay, I'll stop there.
Okay, Sue.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify, I didn't make any reference to trails at any point in time. They were mentioned previously in the meeting, but that was not via me. The letter asks for a full-blown environmental impact assessment to be done on this property. There is a process in place, and we did follow the process. The OP requires a site evaluation report to look at redefining an environmental protection zone. And I do take exception to the comments made about Makowski Nielsen being a reputable firm. They are a reputable firm. And I did read Gord's response this morning. It's brief, but it's concise. And he's very clear that they stand by their findings and their recommendations. And as council is aware, they've been in operation for 20, 30 years and doing these kinds of reports that have been accepted. So I stand by his report also. But I do think, to be fair to the Kirbys, we came to the municipality, we found out what kind of supporting documentation was required. We required the site evaluation report, the wildland fire risk assessment, and the planning justification report, and those were all provided. And so I think the Kirbys have done their homework. And if you look at the map of what's being rezoned, I would say at least 2/3 of that property is still going to remain in the environmental protection zone if you look at what's proposed. And there is a process in place in the official plan to refine those boundaries, because those boundaries were, as we all know, were developed on very basic information. And so the process allows for people to look at a site-specific basis and redefine if that's appropriate. And I think that's what's been done here. So I think we've done our homework, and I see no reason to not follow the recommendations of the site evaluation report.
Okay, thank you, Sue. And the only reason I'm going to suggest that we do defer is for that request that we do a site agreement, and your issue with maybe we could include it in the zoning. So I'm going to let, if with the rest of council, I think we can defer, but on that issue of, and just to be clear, does staff know exactly what council is looking for in terms of this? If we don't do the site plan agreement, what kind of things are we looking for in a zone specific in terms of setbacks or anything like that? Any comments from councilors? I think it was mainly to probably to clean up any, there was some compliance issues with other things. Perhaps I'll leave that with staff and you as the planner, Sue, on behalf of your applicant, and suggest that we defer and then bring this back to the June meeting, not pass the bylaw today.
Madam Mayor, sorry,
Yes.
can I just provide some reply to what Ms. Harrison just stated?
On what point?
It will take a minute.
We're not talking about the company that they've hired. I'm going to caution you right now. Depends on what you say.
Well, the discussion has been that this firm is very reputable, but we can't always assume everyone is reputable. We have to really look into their methods, right? Their methods and their conclusions. We have to analyze everything. We can't just say this is a reputable firm. So we're just going to accept everything that they say.
So if you, okay, I am going to caution you there. So if you have more concerns, I'm going to ask you to put them in writing and forward them to our planning department so they can forward them to the applicant and to the planner and they can be addressed.
I just have one more question. It's a very simple question for Ms. Harrison. So for example, when we bought our property, we did our due diligence. We contacted the municipality several times. We asked, where can we build? Where is the environmentally protected area? Where is the residential area? We built only where we were permitted to build. So I don't understand why no due diligence was done by the Kirbys for this property prior to purchasing it. As Madam Mayor mentioned previously with a different file,
I'm sorry, I don't even think Ms. Harrison needs to answer that. I don't even think that's relevant. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little tongue tied. We've been at this table for 2.5 hours. This happens often. This happens where we have wetland mapping. The mapping is not necessarily ground sourced. And so anybody has the right. This isn't the first time an application like this has come forward. We've had in the land division where someone wanted to subdivide a piece of property off there and the map showed complete EP. We said, get an environmental assessment. And when they ground sourced it with a reputable company, I don't know which one, it was shown, yes, there is a building envelope. So this isn't the first time. And I don't think it's appropriate in this meeting to be criticizing the applicant on whether he did due diligence or not. So I'm going to end the public portion of the comments at this point. You have an opportunity to submit anything you want in writing. I'm going to look for a mover and a seconder to, we'll read the resolution, but that we defer. So I'll look for a mover and a seconder, Deputy Mayor Kennedy and Councillor Smith. Be resolved that the report for file number D14ZB-2022-005 Kirby, which consists of lot 25, concession 8, part 1, plan 19R-5745 in the geographic township of Dysart, municipality of Dysart et al., be received for information. And the council directs a bylaw be brought forward for consideration during its May 24th, 2022 regular meeting. And the council recommends that the bylaw be deferred. All those in favor? Okay, and that's carried. And lastly, we just need to close the public planning meeting and go back to our regular meeting. Councillor Donaldson and seconded by Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved, the council hereby adjourns the public meeting at 11:32 a.m. and reconvenes the regular meeting of council. All in favor? Okay, so that's carried. I know we're close to lunch now that we've gone so long, but I need a 15-minute break. So I'm going to propose that we take that, and if that's okay, we take our 15-minute break and we go into recess. So we will reconvene at 11:45 in recess. Okay, so we are back from our recess and we're going to enter into the next section, which is section 4, reports and recommendations from local agencies, boards and committees. And while there's not always minutes, but I do like to hear from each counselor who represent those. So I will turn to Councillor Donaldson first for the Harcourt Community Hall Board, please.
Yes, so the ladies committee just had their Mother's Day brunch, which they had over 80 people, so they were quite excited about that. And they raised some money for the playground equipment building that they want to do. And they even have something booked for an event booked for June, which they're really excited about doing. And that is about it for them for now, but they've got things on the go. So, and they've got the sewing and the cards going.
That's great. Good. Thank you for that. Councillor Smith, West Guildford Hall Board.
Yep, thank you. So our group continues to meet in terms of the volunteer committee. We've got events, Euchre's back on Tuesday nights. We've got a youth taekwondo program for kids running in West Guildford now. Grand Master of with offering various membership options for young people to take lessons and practice their skills and so forth. We've got a really exciting, frankly, new program starting in July the 8th, Friday nights and some Saturday nights through the summer, something called the Drop Zone, which is games, arcade games, if you like, and a movie for $5 per person. And so you may recall my mentioning possible summer day camp a couple of months ago. The two ladies that were working on that have done some work with HCDC and actually received a grant. And with some of the coaching provided by HCDC, decided against offering a full summer day camp this year, but are starting with this every Friday night and most Saturday nights during the summer. They've got set up to do a kind of a full snack bar, and it's going to be from 4 till 9 p.m. Those Friday nights and some Saturday nights, and so pretty exciting. And they have a social media presence as the Drop Zone, they're called. And there's even a couple of signs in West Guildford promoting this new activity. So it should be terrific to see how that goes. We talked about this at our committee of the whole meeting, and our committee meeting will be next Monday night to kind of hopefully finalize a plan for Canada Day. We are going to have a Canada Day event of some type in West Guildford on July the 1st. It is a Dysart event, and we've had, in addition to the support from council, we've had a number of local businesses step forward with some financial support, so that's tremendous. But the thing that we frankly need most at this point are volunteers, and I'd emphasize you don't need to live in West Guildford to be a volunteer on Canada Day. If you got even a couple of hours, you can come out and help us with kids races or swimming or what have you, and still enjoy some aspects of the celebration yourself. So really, anybody's got, as I said, a couple of hours, that would be a tremendous way to give something to the community and have a little fun on Canada Day itself. So that's what I had to report. I don't know if staff has an update. I was asked again last week about the outdoor skating rink, pickleball courts, what the progress on that, and frankly, I had to say, I don't know. I know we're revisiting the scope of it, but people want to know when it's going to be ready and such.
Mm-hmm. Tamara, did you want to take that, and we can always pass it on to staff?
We have a staff meeting tomorrow to review that, so we can update after that as to where we're at. We don't have any concrete, I don't have any concrete information at the moment, though, but I will after tomorrow.
Well, I'd appreciate an update. That'd be great.
Yeah, and as well for Harcourt. So maybe that could be, you might as well send it out to all council just to let us know. That would be great. Councillor Smith, you talked about the drop zone. Is that geared to a specific age group then? Did you say?
It's geared to the entire family.
Oh, that's
The
nice.
hope is that there'll be kids there with their parents, grandparents, whatever. It sounds like it's going to be really entertaining. As I said, with arcade games, we're not talking, just about children's games. Like they've got an air hockey table and, a variety of things that, a parent could play with their own child, or children could play children. Frankly, two adults could play each other in air hockey, to use that example. Also, it's, there'll be a family appropriate movie. So it's be a big screen setup and so forth. So they've, as I said, they got some money from HCDC, and it, we haven't run it yet, but it sounds pretty exciting. And we provided them I'll say a break on the rent to kind of get it kicked off, and hopefully we can turn it into a long-term activity, because things like that to entertain kids are so important.
That sounds exactly what a community center is all about. So good stuff on that. Thank you for that report. And so next, Councillor Clark, I'll look to you to talk about Rails End Gallery and Art Center.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we met last Thursday on I guess the 18th, 19th, I guess the 19th. The Arts and Crafts Festival, the July 22nd and 24th is going forward. We've got 70 artists that are going to be participating in that show. And there'll be some social media promotion now starting next month on that one. We've had some very generous sponsorship from Canoe FM. We were lucky to receive their support on things to support some of the local programming we're doing, community programming. The concert and tea thing happening June 24th. The group participated with the high school just recently, and they had a big event trying to promote Halberton culture with students and new people moving to the area, which is quite successful. So that's all good. Everything's fine.
And you did a fine job of handing out rack cards first.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you for reminding that those have just come out, and
great.
Yeah, get out there and promote the festival.
Well, there's a lot of people looking forward to that, myself included. So that's great. We do have a resolution to acknowledge receipt of the Rails End report. So if I could move her in seconder, Councillor Clark and Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the May 2022 Rails End Gallery and Arts Center report. All in favor? It carries. BIA, Councillor Wood Roberts.
I do believe Luke is still away in England, so it's an exciting, nice holiday for him and his wife. She just retired. BIA working toward Midnight Madness this year, so very exciting that that's coming back. All the recycling and garbage containers went out on the street, so everybody's kind of working hard to get everything tidied up. Stores are starting to be busy. Apparently downtown was a bit of mayhem on the weekend with the rainy weather. Tuesdays, farmers market coming back has increased the traffic through town. So just keeping our fingers crossed, everything stays well. I'm not sure if McKech's have their patio, are going to put their patio out, but Maple Avenue put theirs out. So, and there was actually some people there on the weekend at it. So
yes, I actually talked to the owners of McKech's, and they don't have enough staff to do a good job at the restaurant and the patio, so they are opting not to do the patio. And I just remembered if to staff too, there's one of the large banners at the cenotaph. When I drove in this morning, I noticed that it's ripped, so it's dangling and needs to be probably just taken down for the season. They sure take a beating in the wind there, and probably on Saturday with that wind. Okay, any questions on BIA? Great, good to see town busy. Councillor Clark, has Harvest Halliburton met?
No, we haven't, but as Councillor Wood Roberts has mentioned, the farmers market started. First one was May 17th. Harvest Halliburton, in conjunction with the Farmers Market Association in Newlinks, is putting together a program for doing some evaluation on agriculture and food production for Alberta County. So that, but that'll be more towards the fall once we get our resources aligned with Trent University and Fleming College.
Okay,
So thank you.
great. Thanks. Thank you for that. Anything with source protection planning? No, you only meet once a year, really.
Yeah, we're all done meeting with the draft final report. We just got it here earlier this last week. And once it's back and finalized, then I'll submit a copy for correspondence.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Smith, Upper Trent Water Management? Yeah, no. Nothing on the Bioenergy Corporation. That may be something in future council may decide whether they want to keep that corporation or not. So there's nothing to report there. And then lastly, Councillor Smith, you brought forward the Community Action Plan Advisory Group meeting minutes.
Yeah, the minutes are there from the first meeting and the presentation package from the second meeting. I just might reiterate for all members of council, this advisory group doesn't have any decision-making authority. Our role is simply to provide advice to Corey, the county's climate change coordinator, that she uses as input when she's preparing her reports and recommendations for county council and the 4 lower tier municipal councils. The group is made up of representatives of each council. Madam Mayor represents the county council there, and also representatives from the community. So there are a good number of representatives from the community that bring diverse perspectives to the table. And as you read through the minutes of the first meeting, you kind of see the format. We don't, vote on individual things. People share their perspective, and if there's kind of a bit of a consensus, it doesn't need to be anywhere near unanimity. If there's a bit of a consensus, yeah, that's a fair point. Corey writes it down and uses it as input. For the most recent meeting, the second meeting, she actually had a representative of the building industry, Graham Borgdoff of Above Board Carpentry. Local builder was present in providing some expert input, and I think the best summary of the expert input from him would be build it right the first time, because renovations and fixing it up will become very difficult down the road. And so Graham's in the passive home construction business, which is super energy efficient homes that and as I said, he had a lot of good input. So unless there are any questions, that's all I'm going to say about it. Thank you.
So actually, I'll just let you know, he's being appointed as a member of the committee tomorrow, and we meet again at the end of June, I believe.
Yeah, we have our next meeting, June the 24th.
That's right.
Yep.
Okay, great. And so we can thank you for following up on that. I do have a resolution to receive, if I could. Moved by Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Wood Roberts.
Mayor Roberts, sorry,
Yes.
you have to amend the wording of that resolution slightly, so I'll read it because I just realized the slide deck's from
I'll take that out.
Yes, okay, yeah, so I'll read it if that's okay.
Yes, so I had Councillor Smith and Councillor Wood Roberts, and now you read the resolution.
So be it resolved, the council acknowledges receipt the minutes and slide deck from the February 16th and April 22nd County of Haliburton Community Climate Change Action Plan Advisory Group as information.
Okay, all in favor? All right, carries. Thank you, Mallory, for keeping me on my toes. Next, we have recommendations from the Committee of the Whole. They're in there. I'll just look for a mover and a seconder if I could. Deputy Mayor Kennedy, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. Be it resolved that the recommendations from the May 10th meeting of the Dysart et al. Committee of the Whole be adopted by council. All in favor? Okay, carried. Let's do Public Works, if I could. And I don't believe we need any staff for this. It's just a bylaw being brought forward that was from that meeting. So it's to do with the Product Care Association of Canada. You know what I'm trying to say. Execution of the hazardous special products. So mover to seconder. I think I need lunch and I should have had something more to eat. Councillor Smith is moved and Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that bylaw 2022-52 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a hazardous and special products services amending agreement with Product Care Association of Canada effective May 24th, 2022 be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached here too. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. And then we're going to bring in Carl to do building and bylaw. While I'm doing that, because we do want to take a break for lunch, not yet, but I'm wondering, Mallory, if we could inform the applicants for item 9D, because we do have people who wanted to be in attendance for the Lands of Garden site plan agreement. I think we have time to get through building and bylaw administration, do that one item in planning prior to lunch, and then we take a recess. Is that okay? Just because they've been waiting since night, for some time, wanting to speak to their application.
Yeah, that's fine. And they're in attendance, so they'll.
They're in attendance, so they're hearing that, so that's good, but also maybe planning would know that we'll be bringing planning in for the one item only, then take a recess for lunch. Okay, sorry, Bree, to keep you there. First is the bylaw to implement a sewage system maintenance inspection program, and I guess Bree, you're taking it away.
Yeah, Carl came to me this morning. He got stuck on a fire call earlier today, so he wasn't able to get out for inspections early enough. So he just asked that I step in. There's nothing that's changed with the bylaw. We just had to kind of let it wait for the time frame as required by the Building Code Act. So it's all such as that's the same as our previous meeting at Committee of the Whole. So this is just basically passing it formally with the fees as approved by Council.
Okay, thank you for that. So I do need just Councillor Smith.
I'm happy to move it, but I had a question first.
Sure, I'll take you as a mover, but go ahead.
Looking over the bylaw on the weekend, and the thing that struck me, Bree, is that the previous bylaw that we're now withdrawing identified dates by area that inspections are going to be done. And we don't have any schedule in this new bylaw. So how is someone to know sort of when their area is going to be done and what their options are? And well, if they got a relatively new system, or if they're getting a third party inspection within that 5-year window without a schedule. It's just kind of a technical question on the bylaw.
Yeah, I mean, definitely something that was probably overlooked and could have been put in, but it is following the same suit as the previous bylaw. It's our intention to carry out inspections as one area per year as we go through, but this is also our first year running it. So we've kind of put it out there that we are moving full force, full steam ahead with it. And it is our intention to get all of Area 3 done, but we've got 2 seasonal staff members that are still relatively new. So there's still a lot of questions and stuff being asked and whatnot. So there may be a few hiccups, but it is our intention to go year by year, area by area.
Okay, I guess as long as we can point at the previous bylaw, or maybe even put a schedule somewhere that you can point to and say, well, people, here's the schedule we intend to follow, so that when they ask, they know where to go for it.
Yeah, we can add that into onto our website as well. We've created a septic maintenance inspection page, so we can add that on there as well.
Yeah, I'm wondering too if that can just be in more of a staff report than in the actual bylaw. That maybe Carl for the June staff report can give us an estimate of the areas. And so it's in a staff report as opposed to being in the bylaw.
Yeah, I don't think it needs to be in the bylaw. I just want it needs to be published somewhere so you can point to people so that when they don't get an informal answer from their local counselor who doesn't really
might not know.
Might not know exactly.
Tamara?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that it could be something that's put on the website, but I wouldn't forecast too far out at this time. I think if people have questions, could be like specifically to what you're asking, they can still reach out and contact the building department as well to get current information. But I think it would be wise to put some information on the website as to what's happening, the intention for this year and next, perhaps. I think one thing we've talked about internally is making sure we stabilize the rate structure, which means we need to stabilize the staffing for this program as well over time. So if one area is slightly bigger than another, we'd need to be realistic that we may not get through it with the same amount of staff as a previous area. So just longer term discussions, but I do agree that we need to, we could get some information out on the website about that and social media.
And for now, if Bree's just, I saw her taking notes, if maybe Carl could just include it in his verbal, in his report. And we know it's not set in stone. These are goals to aspire to say, and it would just be a good reminder, so when I speak at the LKO meeting, I can tell them approximately year. That's all. Okay, so Councillor Smith did move it. I need a seconder. Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that bylaw 2022-53 being a bylaw to authorize the implementation of a sewage system maintenance inspection program in the municipality of Dysart et al. Be read a first, second, and third time, pass, sign, and the corporate seal attached here too. All in favor? Okay, that's passed. Secondly, we have some new recruits to do this for us. So there is a bylaw appointing Jessica Hanna and Kaylin Sikma to be building inspectors and sewage system inspection. I don't know what's wrong with my mouth. I'm sorry. It's like 12 o'clock happening. No, I can't speak. Mover to seconder, please. Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Kennedy. They're supposed to be lids off. The homeowner is supposed to have lids off and be ready to roll. The staff do not have to lift anything heavy, correct, Bree?
No, so our staff members are going to be lifting lids for the most part, especially because a lot of residents that we come across are either sometimes just single women or older people that have the issues with it. So we did go out, we did a training day where we offered a few free inspections to residents. We put a notice out to the lake associations and had some volunteers for us to do a training day the first week of the girls starting. So we went out and kind of went through sort of on-site safety and do's and don'ts and how to lift and not lift and stuff like that. So the girls have one full week of inspections under their belts, and they're well into this week now as well. But yeah, they are prepared to do the lifting.
Well, what do you know? I thought the homeowner had to have them off.
We're not digging lids
No.
out, or anything like that. We do ask that those are prepared, which has been a bit of a hiccup that we're trying to work through. A lot of people don't have at least both lids exposed. Most times there's been one lid exposed. So that's something that we have changed the wording in our initial notices that's gone out, just to reiterate that the septic tank does have two lids, things like that. But yeah, we're they're physically fit. They're ready.
Okay. That's why those new septic systems with the little green caps at grass level are just great. Anyone putting in a new system. I did get a mover of Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be it resolved that bylaws 2022-55 and 2022-56 being bylaws to appoint building inspectors under sewage systems under the Ontario Building Code Act for the municipality of Dysart et al. Sewage system maintenance inspection program. Jessica Hanna and Kaylin Sikma be read a first, second, and third time, pass, sign, and the corporate seal attached here too. All in favor? Okay, carried. And next, another appointment for a building inspector. And so has lots of training and experience. I'm not sure who was on the hiring committee for that, but good. Good. Okay, you guys are going to be busy this summer. Was that moving, Councillor Smith? Yeah, it's seconded by Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that bylaw 2022-54 being a bylaw to appoint building inspector Eric Gee be read a first, second, and third time, pass, sign, and the corporate seal attached there here too. All in favor? Carried. I apologize if I mispronounced the name. I'm sorry. And lastly, another appointment to the municipal bylaw enforcement officer for the summer position. So mover seconder for that. Councillor McKechnie and seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that bylaw 2022-65 being a bylaw to appoint a municipal law enforcement officer, Jessica Vardy, be read a first, second, and third time, pass, sign, and corporate seal attached here too. All in favor? Carried. Okay, thanks, Bree.
Thank you. Have a good day.
And next, we just coming forward, which is the policy to adopt the policy, which we discussed at our committee of the whole, which is disconnecting from work policy. However, I'm not going to say who, but I received an email from someone in the planning department at 9 o'clock last night. I know you guys work we all work hard. We all answer emails. The point is you don't have to, and there's not an expectation when it's after hours. So that's great. Okay, mover and a seconder to adopt this policy. Councillor Wood Roberts, seconded by Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that council adopts policy number 69, disconnecting from work policy as written. All in favor? Okay, and that carries. So at this point, I think we'll move into planning. And I have declared a conflict on this file. We're going to move things ahead just because we do have some people waiting. So I'm just going to prepare the chair for, or I'll give this to Deputy Mayor Kennedy. You can stay there if you want, and just use your mic.
You just wanted to get to lunch early. Okay, welcome, Mr. Martin. Good to see you. And
good morning.
Forward to the discussions here today. I'll turn it over to staff to brief us first, and then we'll go from there. So we bring up Chris and Jeff, please. Thank you for your patience. You've been hanging around all morning, I understand, Mr. Martin. So
well, I've actually been doing little bits of work on the side.
Oh, so. Good.
Good morning, everyone, or afternoon, I guess now. Yep, this is for the file L04 SP 2022-004 Lands of Gardens of Haliburton. It's great to see that phase 2's slowly going ahead here. Just a quick outline and brief outline of the application here. There are no circulation requirements for amending of the site plan agreement. Staff did, however, circulate to the internal departments for comment. Municipal Public Works and environmental staff provided. They don't seem. It doesn't appear that they're adding any new waste collection bins as part of phase 2. Is there sufficient capacity in the 2 pre-existing waste bins to handle the increase for residents? Then they made another note just regarding per phase 1 again, just of the backing up of trucks from that area onto the street. And then the applicant will not be permitted to track mud and debris onto the connecting link, which is the municipal right-of-way from their property during construction. Just a recommendation that they consider installing a mud mat at the entrance of the site. The chief building official is the existing water storage for firefighting incorporated in the addition. If not, any additional water storage should be shown on the site plan. This will be checked during the building permit stage. And fire department had no objections, just that all fire exits are free of any debris or obstructions. The proposal, the applicant is seeking approval for phase 2 of the development, which requires an amendment to the site plan agreement registered on title. The amendment will include the updated plans, securities, and requirements council may consider incorporating into the development. The proposal will provide 34 additional units to the existing building of 66 units. Staff conducted a site visit on May 13th, 2022 to achieve the 2 purposes. That phase 1 was built in general conformity with the approved plans and note any discrepancies, and review that the proposed phase 2 development and provide any recommendations based on municipal policy for council's considerations. Considering the above, staff have outlined some recommendations within the report for council's consideration. Council may consider those recommendations as outlined in the report for the proposed phase development or for the proposed development of phase 2. Should council consider the application, the recommendation as outlined at the top of the report may be appropriate. And I believe, yes, Bill Martime is in attendance to further speak to the application. And that concludes staff's sort of overview, and we recommend approval based on the recommendation at the top of the report. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Mr. Martin, did you want to respond to any of that? And then we'll take some council questions and comments.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and the Deputy Mayor and members of council. Which I just have a couple of comments on the comments, really mainly from the site visit. Just first of all, I'd like to point out that our phase 1 was 66 suites and they have all been leased. So we're proposing to add 34 suites, which will bring the total count to 100. On the staff report, on the second page, I believe, there's sort of a page of bullet items, and I'd like to very briefly go through them and what are thoughts on it. The first one under site plan, it says remove the temporary rope divider and change it to a fence. We don't see the need for that. This was designed by our landscape architect, and we'd like to leave it as such. And the second part of that bullet asks for a lined walkway. And again, we don't see the need for that. This is a traffic corridor that goes north-south through there. The line of travel for the residents is from the front door straight out to the deck. And we just haven't had any issues with it. And I just don't see the need to put some lines on the pavement for that. The second bullet, the 3 parking spaces at the north end should be paved. We agree that will be done at the end of the construction. But the second part, we don't see the need for a walkway from the parking lot. People park in a parking space and walk on the lot to the front door as they would do if they're parked on the west side, like on the lakeside parking lot. And we're trying to keep as much open space and non-paved, non-concrete space as possible. The third point, a shed. We put a shed up quickly for some storage, and we have yet to find a permanent location, but it'll be somewhere that's out of the way. The last one, the parking lot lines on the east side. Yes, that'll be our main construction access on the east side of the building. So when construction is finished, that'll be made good and proper lines put in place. The second section on landscaping, the first 2 bullets really deal with the north end, and we're fine. We're going to put in some vegetation, probably some carnivorous trees at the north end to the cottage to the north of us, and that's really between the water treatment plant and their building. That would be like a visual and somewhat of a sound barrier too. This third point there shows some benches. I think there were benches there originally. I don't know where they've gone, but maybe seasonally they've taken them out, but we will reinstate them. That's not an issue. And the third section on securities, I think that's sort of lumped together as one item. On phase 1, we posted $130,000 security for it. And we're okay just to reinstate that amount, and we'll leave it in place until the completion and sign off of phase 2, if that's adequate. They're all the comments I have, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions? Councillor Smith.
Thank you. And thank you for the update. As others have said, it's great to see the development going ahead here. And, wonderful you've got it fully occupied already. I had one small point. This is more of a personal peeve. I'm sure council's not going to give you direction on this, but we're talking about landscaping. I went back and looked at the original drawings where the generator and transformer are, those big steel boxes when you drive by on 118. And they were supposed to be shielded by a vegetation buffer. Admittedly, there are some tiny deciduous plants there, but it may be the next millennium before they actually camouflage those devices. Would it be possible when you're doing your next round of landscaping, maybe to get some native cedar trees or something that could do a better job of camouflaging that industrial equipment?
Through Mr. Mayor, of course we would. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I looked at those as well on the weekend. I thought they're doing better than the ones that I have at my house, Bill. So I may need to see your horticulturalist. Mine are all dying. So
They
sorry,
they were replanted. The original ones did die. So we're trying again. Yeah.
Welcome to Halliburton in the wintertime. I think this is a fabulous project, and I really look forward to phase 2 being getting shovels in the ground. Quite frankly, I find most of the recommendations or the comments by staff to be pretty minor in nature, and I would almost seek any kind of discussion on waiving all of those points, and let's proceed with getting this project underway. And I think the developer has been made well aware of the staff comments, and will incorporate those. He's been a good developer so far, and the building looks nice and well looked after. So. And, yeah, and just clarification, I got one ear plugged here. Did you say, Bill, that you're okay with renewing the 130 for securities?
Well, we would keep it in place until the end of phase 2. Yes, that's fine with us.
Oh, okay, because I was going to try to figure out how we're going to reduce them, since you've been able to accomplish most of the things in phase 1 and how it was going to correlate. So if you're okay with that, then that's great.
I think it's all simple. Otherwise, to go back and remeasure, like we're not putting in any new services. There's no new roads. There's no new services coming in there. So we'd have to measure a very small amount. So we did, it would probably end up being $5,000. But to give the municipality some comfort, let's just keep it at that number, because we're going to have this built in a year, and then we can talk about reducing it out.
There. Okay, thanks, Bill. That's much appreciated. Councillor Smith, did you have a comment?
Well, I wondered if staff might have a comment on Bill's reaction to, because I thought Chris was sort of reacting one case, kind of waving his arm around. So,
okay. Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah.
Screen and paper. No, sorry,
Nope.
thanks. Chris?
Not a problem. I know that screen in that room is a little far away, so no worries. I think that addresses all of our comments. Thanks, Bill. I think that's great. Just that first note was just more of a note with the temporary rope divider. It wasn't to add a new lined area. Like, you already have the lined area going to the main. So really that comment was just to ensure that traffic's directed to that, just for accessibility and safety. But understand, if council's okay with that, then that's fine. To be removed or not be removed, but not be implemented, that's fine. And then as for the other points, it seems that you're in agreement with those, I believe. So I don't think staff have any really further comments. The landscape, as you mentioned, you'll do to the north, which will help screen as per the policy. Securities is great, because the securities, especially when construction happens, damage to the first phase could happen. So it's just to ensure that, as you said, comfortability by the municipality, ensure that everything is redone if need be, and to the main right of way if trucks are entering and exiting and causing potential damage to the right of way. That just helps have that reassurance. So that's great as well. I don't think I have any other comments based on those recommendations.
Thank you. Mallory?
This is a question to Chris. So if council is fine to proceed, does the resolution as it stands in the staff report, is it still true? There's no further amendments need to the site plan amending agreement?
Nope. I think I have everything captured in there, unless Bill has something that he's noting, but I feel like we have everything captured in there.
Bill, you had a comment?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, the main item is that it changes the site plan from the original site plan agreement to the new site plan, which incorporates phase 2. Otherwise, the document is, I believe, virtually the same. There's one other minor change I read somewhere, but it's really not significant. So it's really adding the site plan is what the amendment is for you.
Okay, thank you. Not being any other comments, then I'm prepared to do the resolution. Need a mover and a seconder. Councillor McKechnie, Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that council approved bylaw number 2022-60 to amend site plan agreement, which consists of part lot 16 and 17, concession 8, further described as all of lots 2 and 8, part lots 1 and 7, block 2, registered plan 1, all of lots 3 and 4, part lot 2, block 6, registered plan 1, and parts 1 to 3 and 7, Plan 19R-8809 in the geographic township of Dysart and the United Townships of Dysart et al. In the county of Halliburton. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you very much, Bill, and best of luck, and looking forward to the next phase.
Good. Thank you very much. And thanks for hearing before lunch. I guess it's going fast. Finish. Okay.
And that will conclude this portion, and I think we'll join the mayor and adjourn for lunch. Half an hour sufficient, given the thing. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay, I'm live as I'm adjusting my neck by myself. Good thing I have a sense of humor. We are in the planning section and we're going to start with item A. So we'll wait to bring in our planners. They're just coming on screen right now. The zoning bylaw amendment, plans of Humphrey. This is what we saw this morning. So just wait till both Jeff and Chris are on, and then Chris, turn this over to you.
Perfect, thank you. Staff don't have any further comments and recommend the approval as outlined in the recommendation.
Okay, so that was discussed this morning. So this is just the bylaw. Any further questions? Not, I'll look for a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Wood Robertson, seconded by Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that bylaw 2022-57 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2005-120 for the lands of Humphrey, known as Lot 25, Concession 4 in the geographic township of Dysart, municipality of Dysart et al., which would change the zone on the subject property to environmental protection zone to rural type 1-12 exception zone and environmental protection zone. Be read a first, second, third time, passed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. And the next one also discussed this morning.
That's correct. And staff don't have any further comment and recommend the approval as outlined in the recommendation.
So just for clarification, obviously, when we took out the canopy at the water, does that change anything in this resolution? Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I wonder if we should just say, be it resolved that the bylaw 2022-58 is amended and then continue on. The direction is in public meeting of what we're amending. And yes. I can in the minutes here that to reiterate that in public meeting, we're removing the permission for the accessory structure.
Okay, thank you for that, Mallory. So I'll read the second resolution there and say as amended. So mover and a seconder, Councillor Smith, and seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that bylaw 2022-58 being, okay, sorry, Mallory.
Yeah, as amended, and then you can go on.
As amended.
Yeah.
being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2005-120 for the lands of homes known as lots 4 and 5, concession 1, lot 78, plan 589 in the geographic township of Havelock, municipality of Dysart et al., which would change the zone on the subject property from waterfront residential type 4 zone to waterfront residential type 4-4 exception zone. Be read a first, second, third time, passed, sign, and the corporate seal attached thereto. All in favor? Okay, and that's passed, carried. And lastly, the third file, which is lands of Kirby, that the public committee decided to defer. So I don't believe I need to read this resolution at all. Or do I?
I just realized I was unmuted. So we could read it just so we know it's been deferred when we look back in the future. But we could simplify it to be resolved that bylaw 2022-59 being a bylaw, and then we can go to the lands of Kirby. Let me just amend it and I'll read it. How about that?
I think that would be great because, yes. I will look for a mover and a seconder. Deputy Mayor Kennedy. And seconded by Councillor Wood Roberts.
So be it resolved that bylaw 2022-59 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2005-120 for the lands of Kirby be deferred.
Okay, you've heard the resolution. All in favor? Okay, so the resolution to defer is carried. We have dealt with item D and item E then, which is, I have to move that. I'm not sure who's taking that one. Jeff?
Yes, I'll take that. Thank you. Bylaw 2022-61 is a bylaw to close and convey the shore road allowance in front of the lands of Pride on Grace Lake. The notice and circulation requirements are complete, and a bylaw has been provided for council consideration. The purchase price of the shore road allowance has been set at $4,000, and staff recommend approval of the bylaw.
Oh, you cut out a little bit there, Jeff.
Oh,
Can you
sorry.
repeat?
The purchase price of the shore road allowance is set at $4,000, and staff recommend approval of the bylaw.
Okay, any questions to staff? I don't think so. Okay, mover and seconder then. Councillor McKechnie and seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that bylaw 2022-61, which is a bylaw to stop up, close, and convey a portion of the original shore road allowance in front of part lot 1, concession 1, the geographic township of Harcourt, be read a first, second, third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached here too. All in favor? Okay, it's carried.
The next item is now a draft bylaw to close and convey the shore road allowance in front of the lands of Smith and Krampulek on Drag Lake. Registered survey has not been received at the time of this report, and therefore staff were unable to complete the bylaw. Staff recommend that this file be deferred until a registered survey has been provided.
Okay, and the resolution does read to defer. So I will look for a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Smith and Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that council defers the bylaw to stop up, close, and convey a portion of the original shore road allowance in front of part lot 4, concession 9 in the geographic township of Dudley until a registered survey is provided. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. And I believe the next item, Councillor Clark. Yeah, okay. So Councillor Clark is leaving the room. We'll just wait 1 sec. You do come back, please. We still have 2 more pages of planning. Okay, so Councillor Clark has left the room. So go ahead, staff.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and this file may be familiar. At the council meeting in April, council approved a request for a license of occupation agreement with the property owners on Mink Road. Just as a status update, notice has been provided in accordance with policy 32, and the bylaw should be back to council next month. However, to complete the agreement, staff are seeking direction from council on the license fee for the 2 docks.
Before we start throwing numbers around, can you give us a little reference for what we have for other docks where we do have a license of occupations currently signed?
Yeah, for the most part, I think all of our agreements are at $500
Per dock, per owner?
In some instances, it's per dock, and in some instances, it's per license. So,
Okay. So of course, yeah, nothing was crystal clear right there. Yeah. So then I will turn, I mean, this is what it's open for discussion. I don't think we're necessarily trying to penalize. We're trying to have a license to protect and, okay, Mallory, I'll stop talking.
I just wanted to remind council and clarify with Jeff, there's only 2 docks being permitted here. So it's a question of whether it's 500 for the whole application or 1,000 for the 2 docks. Would that be the difference?
well, it could be that actually the fee is set at council's sole discretion. They could set the fee at whatever they choose.
Okay,
But yeah, that's right. I'm looking, it's going to be one license of occupation agreement. So whatever they choose will be spelled out in one agreement.
Okay, thank you.
For both docks.
That's one dock. So it was just discussed, there was one on Moose Lake and it's 1 dock, 1 license, but this in case is 2 docks. So it is to our discretion. So I will turn it over for someone to make a suggestion of what we should charge for this 1-year license of occupation. Deputy Mayor Kennedy, you're up first.
It's one application signed by a bunch of different people, but it is only one application. So at this point, I'd recommend $500. Just because it is one applicant.
And as we discussed, that this is open, there's going to be, some more digging to be done, and that can change at any time. And it is only a 1-year license. So is Councillor Smith?
Thank you. I had a couple of questions with regard to this. First off, I don't know if Jeff knows, but have the 4 docks that were installed there illegally, have they been removed yet?
Not as of last month's council meeting. And I know that the bylaw enforcement officer was working with them to remove them. I think they've now agreed to remove them and replace them with 2, but I can't speak to whether they've been removed already.
It seems to me that we need to get this brought into compliance before we, give permission for new docks. And then the second, question or point, are these brand new docks that they're talking about building and installing?
I don't believe so.
Well, the dimensions of them are quite different. I mean, it's 32 feet long. And I worry about that because if they're actually buying new docks, and then a year from now, council says, look, this was a bad idea. We're not renewing license of occupations for people who have private docks on public property. I can see them now coming in here with their invoice for $20,000 saying, you let me spend $20,000 on a new dock and then you wouldn't renew my license of occupation. Yeah. Well, I wanted to highlight it because, clearly there's a difference of opinion on this topic, and who knows what the future holds.
So there is a suggestion on the floor it will be addressed, whether it isn't as of today exactly, but the 2 docks, that there are only going to be 2 docks. I do know that there was some kind of notice being taken down by one of our staff to delineate where the municipal property is and where there's some, we don't have to mark private property, but there is a bit of confusion at the end of that road. And so there was some signage being taken down into that area. So there's a suggestion on the floor to set it at $500, which is consistent with what we charge the other ones. It is for a year, and it is going to be up for council debate in the future. So is there a seconder to support $500? Councillor Donaldson will support that. So I'll take that as you moving that. Okay. So I will, Councillor Smith, go ahead.
Just one other question.
Yes.
And maybe staff can comment on the, the agreement notes that it's for 1 year and they can request an extension. I wonder if we need any language in there that indicates that, council has the right to, withhold approval of an extension without any reason. Like, we don't need to justify a future decision.
I think that's in policy 32. Jeff is nodding, so let's listen to Jeff.
Nope, correct. Thank you, Mayor. I agree with you. That discretion is outlined in policy 32. Unopened road allowances are owned by the municipality, and their use is up to council's discretion.
Councillor McKechnie, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have the concerns that people are not, you know, gonna get those docks out of the lake, and also all the people that, we have a few of these issues, needless to say. And I have no concerns that people aren't gonna work with us. I mean, these docks have been going on for a long time. And maybe the next council is gonna trash it, but I don't think that, my opinion is, I don't think so. So, I mean, I don't know why we're so, you know, adamant about, you know, worrying that people like these guys in the Mink Road are gonna do something illegal. I don't think they're pretty happy with the decision that was made, and like, to me, it's a positive, and hopefully we'll be able to resolve the other issues that are coming down the road in regard to these matters.
Okay, I think we just had to get to the bottom of, you know, either reviewing policy 32 again, or determining, because there is specific language in there in terms of the historic use of docks on municipal road allowance, and also that it doesn't transfer to people. So in this case, there was some very gray area which we couldn't resolve, but we also then didn't have a license of occupation, which left us at you know, a crossroads to enforce fully and take everything out, or give a little wiggle room, and at least in this instance allow for a 1-year license and until these issues can be further in depth discussed. So I think it'll be up to council to make sure, not just staff, to make sure that they do get followed up on an agenda to talk about in the new year. So currently I did have a Deputy Mayor Kennedy, just a minute, and Councillor Donaldson as moving and seconding the license of occupation at $500. So I will see if there's support for that. So all in favor? Oh, I should read the resolution, but be resolved that the license fee for the license of occupation L04-L0-2021-002, being a license of occupation agreement for the use of the original allowance for road between lots 5 and 6 and concession 4 in the geographic township of Dudley is set at $500. All in favor? Okay, so that passes. But I think, you know, it will be important to make sure that that comes in a timely manner as part of your work plan, Jeff, to bring forward to council. We can bring Councillor Clark back into the room, and we're bringing in Sue Harrison, who is on the next 2 files as they go together. And so I'll just wait till I see, okay, Sue's back on and Councillor Clark is coming back in the room, but I'm going to start with staff to discuss these 2 files first.
Thank you. This is for file D00SV-2022-003 Lands of Floatner. This is a pre-consultation application for a consent application. The consent application is for the purpose of a lot addition to resolve an encroachment of an existing garage structure that is located partially on the neighboring property to the west, known as 1088 Atomic Lane, or Atomic Drive, sorry. No new lot or new buildings or structures or new uses are proposed with the application. The proposed application would see the subject property known as 1095 Atomic Drive sever and convey a portion of their lands, 108.7 square meters, to the adjacent property known as 1088 Atomic Drive. Further, for further clarification, the key map and consent sketch were attached with the report, and recommendation is the proposed is generally consistent with the provincial policy, generally conforms to the municipal official plan, and recommended that council support the general principle of the consent application as submitted. And that completes our presentation of the overview.
Okay, and just if we might as well deal, really the same message is the same, the further file. So I don't know if because it really is an exchange of 2 neighbors exchanging 2 triangles of property to realign. So we have separate resolutions for them, and each proponent has to adhere to those conditions. But maybe Sue, if you wanted to speak to the files. Just 1 sec, Sue. We have to unmute you at our end, so just wait. Okay, there you go.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm just here to answer any questions. I think the files are fairly straightforward. The one condition for Flotner is they can't meet the minimum side setback, so he's going to be required to do a minor variance. The two neighbors had kind of agreed on what their exchange would be before they got me involved, or I would have pushed that line back, but they're kind of married to the proposal as they are. So he's willing to do his minor variance. He knows he needs to do that. But the garage was built with a permit, etc. They just later found out about the encroachment. So they're just trying to do the right thing and get that cleaned up. So happy to answer any questions if anybody has any. Otherwise, I won't waste your time.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Maybe more for staff. What's the status of the shoreline road allowance? Are they owned or not owned by both property owners? Just one of the concerns is if one owns one and the other one doesn't, what may the confusion there with that 3 feet or 10 feet, whatever it is?
I would have to look into that. I don't have that readily available in front of me. I don't know if Jeff, if you have the mapping open, but I can certainly check while we're having discussion here.
I'm just taking a quick look here. There's no record of a bylaw to close either shore road allowance.
So they're both open. The only question that I had is Sue, you just answered it. Why the minor variance? Why did they draw the lines to, because, you know, that's a $900 application fee and more time. And then I thought, well, could we do it through zoning? But no, because the zone isn't changing on these. Sometimes when you move lot lines, it actually change, you know, if you move them enough, it changes the conditions of a zoning. So you can have a zone specific, but that's okay. They could get this. That's okay. I'm really glad the neighbors are getting along. And, you know, just a note, yes, it was built with a building permit, but it's always the homeowner's responsibility to know their lot lines. So unfortunately that happened, but it's nice that they're correcting it. So I guess the condition of the severance is the minor variance. So I guess the minor variance comes first. Yeah, as that's it. Okay. Anything else? Any questions for Sue or planners? Okay. No, I have a mover and a seconder, please, then. Councillor McKechnie and Councillor Clark. Be it resolved, the council supports the general principle of a proposal for a lot addition for file number D00-SV-2022-003, lands of Flotner, subject to the following conditions and the comments received through the public review process. The severance be for the purpose of a lot addition to rule number 040-000-90800. The portion of land being conveyed shall extend beyond the high water mark to the property boundary, subject to registered owner applying for a minor variance to address the garage setback from the property line, registered owner to pay any outstanding taxes, registered owner to pay all administration fees owed to the municipality of Dysart et al. And number 6, prior to the endorsement of the deeds, the municipality is to provide a clearance letter to the Haliburton County Land Division Committee confirming that conditions 2 through 5 have been fulfilled. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. And if it's okay with council and staff, I'm just going to read the resolution or look for mover seconder for the second resolution. They go in tandem. So moved by Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that council support the general principle of a proposal for lot addition for file number D00-SV-2022-004, lands of Kazmierchuk, subject to the following conditions and the comments received through the public review process. The severance be for the purpose of lot addition to roll number 040-000-90600. Number 2, registered owner to pay any outstanding taxes. 3, registered owner to pay all administration fees owed to the municipality of Dysart et al. And number 4, prior to the endorsement of the deeds, the municipality is to provide a clearance letter to the Haliburton County Land Division Committee confirming that conditions 2 through 3 have been fulfilled. All in favor? Okay, so that carries. That wasn't too hard. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you.
Item J. Stothart Creek.
Yes, thank you. Again, this is probably another familiar request for council. The developer, Mr. Brown, wishes to sell lots 18 and 20 in the Stothart Creek subdivision. These lots are currently owned and being held by the municipality as security under the subdivision agreement for Plan 637. Mr. Brown is therefore requesting that the said lots be released by the municipality. So the purpose of this report is basically to advise council of the contents of that subdivision agreement, including the documented process to release lots being held as security. As per section 21 of the agreement, lot 18 can be released and reconveyed subject to cash payment of $20,000, and in addition to the cost for that transaction. As per section 22 of the agreement, lot 20 on that plan of subdivision can be released and reconveyed to the developer at its cost and expense upon payment in full of the development charges. Currently, there is a balance on development charges of $10,917.26. As per the last request from Mr. Brown, he's requesting that the municipality to agree to have his solicitor prepare the deeds to process the transaction on the municipality's behalf. I should note that this transaction would still be reviewed by the municipal solicitor in this scenario. Staff seek direction from council regarding the release of these two lots and whether the applicant's lawyer can prepare the deeds to process this transaction. And I have provided a resolution if council agrees to proceed.
Any questions for Jeff on this? Deputy Mayor Kennedy first, go ahead.
Jeff, any issues with the previous, we've agreed with Mr. Brown's lawyer to complete these transfers before. So has there been any issues from staff or our municipal lawyer that would recommend this?
Nope, there's been no issues.
Okay, good question. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, Jeff, this goes back, I guess, to 1992 when a lot of this started. What's the new building they're talking about? Is going to be anything that they're going to be that we need to be concerned about, or what we need some kind of a retainer on to protect the new buyers?
No, so the zoning will still regulate how the development for those lots. This is more of a formality. So at the time of the plan of subdivision, instead of submitting a cash security or a letter of credit, the municipality took lots to be held as security. So this is what they're doing, is giving us cash now or in exchange for these lots held as security so that they can develop them. We will still hold those the money received as security until this development is complete.
And even though that was how it was done back then, very wisely, the price was set because that's not what lots are worth right now. So it's good for the developer that it was, that's the way things were done then too. So, so that's good. And it's really nice to see, because if he's selling two more lots, it's two more houses in a quite a beautiful subdivision just outside the village. So that's great. Any further questions for staff? If not, I'll look for a mover and a seconder to a resolution. Councillor McKechnie and Councillor Donaldson. Be it resolved that upon payment of all outstanding taxes and fees, along with all legal costs and disbursements of the municipality for the herein contemplated transfer, council agrees to reduce the number of lots held as security and release to the developer lots 18 and 20, Plan 637, in the geographic township of Dysart, presently held as security under the subdivision agreement for the sum of $30,917.26 in accordance with the subdivision agreement. The mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to execute documents relating to the release of lots 18 and 20, Plan 637. And further, that council agrees that the applicant's solicitor may prepare the deeds and work with the municipal solicitor to complete the transactions. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Next, we have site plan control. We're giving it up.
Yes, yeah, the next report relates to some substantial legislative changes, as council may be aware. So the purpose of this report is to provide council with a brief overview of those recent changes to provincial legislation via Bill 109, which is the More Homes for Everyone Act. This report will mainly focus on the changes to the Planning Act, although there's been changes to many other acts. As mentioned, the report also includes an updated site plan control bylaw that delegates approval of site plans and site plan agreements. So to give a bit of a background on this, on March 30th, 2022, the government introduced Bill 109, the More Homes for Everyone Act. This bill was passed by the legislature and received royal assent on April 14th. And I'm just going to kind of summarize some of their points on this legislation. Through consultations with the public, municipalities, and the Housing Affordability Task Force, the government heard that red tape and bureaucratic inefficiencies are holding back Ontarians from buying homes and further driving up the cost of homes. So the bill makes amendments to numerous acts in an attempt to address the process to get housing built faster and more easily while protecting home buyers, owners, and renters. Just going into some of the details, Section 34 of the Planning Act, which deals with zoning bylaw amendments. Amendments have been made to the Planning Act to incentivize municipalities to make more timely decisions, enable more housing by requiring municipalities to gradually refund application fees if decisions are not made within the legislative timeframes. The provisions requiring the refunding of the application fees don't come into effect until January 1st, 2023. The delayed implementation is to provide municipalities with the opportunity to update their policies. Also in Section 34 of the Planning Act, the government is introducing a new tool, which is similar to a minister's zoning order, which will help municipalities accelerate their own planning process. The Community Infrastructure and Housing Accelerator tool is designed to help municipalities speed up approvals for housing and community infrastructure like hospitals and community centers. The request to the minister must be by council resolution, which shall identify the lands to which the requested order applies. It should also include a description of the requested zoning order. Municipalities are still required to give notice during this process and consult with such persons, public bodies, and community as the municipality considers appropriate. So we still do have to do public consultation. The tool is unique in that the minister's decision is not subject to provincial policy statement or official plans. Yet the minister may still impose conditions as he sees necessary to mitigate potential negative impacts on adjacent land uses, such as sensitive features like wetlands. In Section 41 of the Planning Act, the site plan control process is also subject to similar changes as zoning bylaw amendments. The update also requires municipalities to gradually refund application fees if decisions are not made within that legislative timeframe. Again, these provisions are not being implemented until January 1st, 2023. The update further requires the delegation of site plan control. This decision is delegation is from a council decision to staff or to an agent of the municipality. This shall be implemented by July 1st and it will apply to all applications received after that date. And this is why I have a bylaw before you today. The site plan control approval process has been extended from 30 days to 60 days. And they've also applied complete application requirements to site plan control, similar to zoning bylaw amendment applications. So under zoning bylaw amendment applications, through pre-consultation, we outline for applicants what they are required to submit as part of a complete application. Staff have 30 days after that timeframe as per the Act to let them know whether they have a complete application. So this process is also being added to the site plan control process. Based on the updated provincial planning policy framework above, as I said, an updated site plan control bylaw is provided for council consideration. Pursuant to that section of the Act, authority for approval of site plan agreements has been delegated to the Director of Planning and Land Information. The bylaw will also rescind the previous site plan control bylaw, which was 2019-46. And staff seek direction with regards to that bylaw. But I know this is also a big change, so I'm happy to answer any questions that I can.
Okay, well, thank you for that report, Jeff. And I know, this is something that the provincial government wanted to change. I don't ever see it necessarily being a problem in a municipality of our size. And obviously, sometimes the province has to make changes that are sweeping and across the province for areas where maybe councils were delaying things. I never think that that's been the case here, but nonetheless, we're still subject to the same issues. So I'll open it up to the floor to see if there's any questions, comments, and I saw Deputy Mayor Kennedy first and then Councillor Smith second.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A statement and then a question. I don't believe that the choke point is at the lower tier. I believe the choke point is at the provincial government itself with the rules and regulations they put out. And this is just another example of downloading and shifting blame where it's not warranted. My question is does a complete application include peer review? That takes time to get those things back, and that may well impact the 30, 60, 90-day restrictions on this. And there's probably other reports that I'm not aware of that consume time. So maybe a better definition of a complete application would be helpful. Thanks.
Yeah, currently, and we've canvassed other municipalities. Again, we've met with the planners in the county to discuss this bill too, and there's no consistency with regards to that complete application with regards to peer reviews. Right now, we don't include peer review in our complete applications. So during pre-consultation, we say submit X, Y, Z. If they submit X, Y, Z, it is considered complete application. And then we submit it, send it for peer review. So that is a concern. So as per the Act, municipalities will need to ensure their official plans are updated to address complete applications. And that might be something that needs to be done here, is to ensure that that peer review process and other issues are addressed right in the official plan.
Did you want to follow up?
No, I just maybe make that recommendation. We do have a look at that and maybe solicit other comments from other municipalities as well. See, get some consistency, maybe just within the county itself might just be a start.
I think that's a really good point. That's why I asked if you had a follow up. I hadn't even thought about that, the peer review process, because often that can bog things down. Even in something as simple as if it's a peer review, but it's an environmental study, it has to be done at a certain time of year.
And we don't have any control over that.
No, because something has to be done this spring. Like there's just things to your statement, as your opening statement as well. There's a application in the county that affects the province needs to comment on, and that's what's this hold up on a highway. They're very frustrating for housing development there. So a little bit of passing the blame when they're not following through as well. So it's but anyway, Jeff, maybe you can bring that comment from Deputy Mayor Kennedy's comment, if you can bring that forward or at your next planners meeting. Do we need
As
to
I mentioned, we've already met to discuss this, and that was one of the big points of discussion, was addressing peer review and other items that require delays, and it's something that's not necessarily in staff's control. So that's something we're going to look at, and we're kind of waiting to see what some of these other jurisdictions do, because it's going to be some unique wording through the official plan to word it so that peer-reviewed studies are required, and that the applicant actually update their studies to address those peer review comments before it's considered a complete application. So it's not going to be easy to word this, but we're not in this alone. There's 444 other municipalities that are working on the same thing. So
yeah. And before I go to you, Councillor Smith, if I could, to Chris Orson.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say, yeah, that's a great point by Deputy Mayor Kennedy, because just talking to some colleagues in other municipalities, and as Jeff alluded to as well, that typically the way it's always been done so far is that a complete application doesn't include peer review, but I know many of them, just speaking with colleagues, are looking into that to hopefully perhaps have that included, just due to the fact of these timelines and everything else in those refunds. So that's a great point.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Smith, you're next for comment, question.
Yeah, thank you. Just on that whole concept, getting this right, it becomes so important, because we'll be, refunding the application fees. And yeah, exactly. So, somehow watching that and potentially adjusting the definition of a complete application becomes paramount importance to us. Jeff, my question was really related to, the new process. On the one hand, I think the delegation of authority to you as the director of planning is, is frankly a good concept that we can have confidence in. Instead of having, all of these meetings waiting for our schedule and so forth, it has the potential to speed things up, particularly, simpler ones. You mentioned that there's still a public notice process. But, as council experienced this morning with public meeting, there's an opportunity for a wide ranging discussion, and members of the public, whether they, are the submitter of the application, whether they're an objector or just an observer, get a chance to witness a discussion, the back and forth, the questions, and then the rationale for whatever decision gets made. How is that going to work in the world where, yeah, you'll issue a public notice, but you'll take things away and you'll make your decision, and so how does the public have a chance to better understand the rationale and decide whether it was sound or dubious?
And just to clarify, when commenting on my report, that public consultation process was relating to that new tool. The new community infrastructure and housing accelerator tool. So if council wants to request the minister to make a decision to speed up a zoning bylaw, there still is a public consultation process required for that. Through the site plan agreement process, there isn't a public notice process required. So staff will just be processing the site plan agreements in accordance with the official plan policies. And it won't go to a public meeting.
I didn't expect a public meeting, but I thought there might be some kind of notice that said you were considering, or you had received an application that, is blah, blah, blah. You're saying that's not even going to happen.
Correct.
Wow. How will councilors know about these things? Will we only receive word when somebody calls us and says, what's this new building going up here?
Well, that's a good question. I suppose we could still post some of these applications to our website like we do with other large applications. But for the most part, these developments will be permitted as per zoning, as per official plan. The site plan control processes is just going to kind of refine based on policy how that is built.
So Councillor Smith, to your question, maybe, and I see Chris has his hands up, again, for future council, they may want to refine their policies a little bit stricter to, if they have, for instance, in some commercial buildings recently, we had to ask for some articulation for a little bit of timber frame accent and everything else. We need to make sure that the policies that are guiding staff are strong enough. I mean, obviously we're delegating the authority because we have to, but we better make sure those policies are there so that we don't drive by and see a purple building with, I don't know, pink roof. I'm just making that up, but because we didn't have anything in our policy to have a built form guideline or anything like that. So Chris, you had your hand up. Maybe did you want to comment on that?
Thank you. Just from experience and working in other municipalities, that's correct. So it's policy driven. So the tools that are given to staff to implement those policies, such as articulation, landscaping, and those type of things. And the site plan control or agreement process was delegated on the staff level, which didn't require circulation or anything like that to neighboring property owners, because again, it was based on the policies. Anything that goes outside of those setbacks requirements for the zoning, then you get to your public meetings such as your zonings or those type of things. But at the site plan control level, you look at towards your policy, which may include the urban design manual, may include some other policies that may need to be included when considering the site plan.
To me, it's a little bit troubling. Excuse me. A little bit troubling, and I guess we're going to have to kind of watch carefully because clearly there are some areas that maybe our official plan and zoning bylaws and so forth aren't as tightly defined as we might like, because we've always had the fallback that the case is going to come before council. So I don't know what else we can do at this point other than kind of take a wait and see and watch carefully. And as this gets implemented, maybe the council at that time should have a bit of a reporting process where, as part of a public council meeting, Jeff, as the director of planning, comes in and says, here are the 4 applications that I've recently approved, and provide some background or response to questions from councilors, so that we have a chance to judge for ourselves where changes might be necessary.
I thank you. I think of the meetings that the Fleming College had with our Glebe Park committee and with council, and over several meetings to get that site plan, to where everybody was satisfied. Everybody had a chance to have some input. And so I do worry about the future. Not that that went well, but that with the delegation of authority, that a larger facility like that, or a large commercial property, or multi-residential unit type of thing, could be built in the municipality without without council having as much input. So I think the best thing we can do is make sure and look at the policies that we have in place and make sure they're what we need. Councillor Smith, go ahead.
Well, just to circle around on that, and I think you make a great comment there, that the other potential problem with this is that process got a lot of buy-in in the community. People who might otherwise have gone away grumbling had a chance to raise their points and have the conversation, and as I said, buy into the end result. If we don't have that sort of mechanism, we risk people going away very frustrating and just being out there grumbling that things are happening that they don't believe in or don't think are important, and that's where if Jeff, as a director of planning, is coming back and updating council on these decisions, maybe we can help ensure that there's not ongoing objections and grumblings. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Councillor Clark, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's important that we try to give or delegate as much authority to Jeff as we can, and for council to only deal with the one-offs. Part of the process on this is to expedite stuff, not slow it down. I know it's important to engage community. Often, though, there's those within the community will use that process to delay or discourage things going forward. So you got to be careful that we're not enabling people that don't want things going forward. Also respect the role of what the council is. We're supposed to be at a high level. We're not getting into minutiae or telling staff, what's the best things, but what they can do is identify things to us that warrant our interjection, our engagement or involvement. So there is some need for work on this, but I think the staff's going to have to say, well, fine, in the trying to make this thing work best, there's something we need to be involved in, and other things that they can legitimately take forward and not impact the role of council.
Yeah, I don't really think we have a choice to delegate for the site plan control. So Jeff, did you want to finish up?
Yeah, just a couple of points. The college application was both a zoning bylaw amendment and a site plan agreement. So council just may want to pay more attention during the zoning process. Not that you don't already, but so that was to permit the use, reduction to setbacks, that type of thing. So when we go through the site plan agreement process, we're looking at walkways, we're looking at parking, we're looking at vegetation and stuff, as Chris mentioned. So it's just the details as to how that's built. But it's important to note too that it's not just the planning department reviewing this. We are consulting with other stakeholders, committees, other departments, to make sure that this is built in accordance with their requirements as well. So it's not something that we're just approving. It still goes through quite a detailed process behind the scenes.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. And one other thing, any sort of commercial entity it also has to go through the accessibility committee. That's not about, yeah, okay. So the accessibility committee at the county would review projects, larger projects. Okay, good. All right, mover and a seconder for this, please. Councillor Clark and seconded by Councillor Wood Roberts. Be resolved that council receives the report dated May 24, 2022 pertaining to site Plan Control Bylaw and Bill 109, More Homes for Everyone Act 2022. And further, that bylaw 2022-63 being a bylaw to designate a site plan control area within the limits of the municipality of Dysart et al., and to delegate site plan control powers and authority to the Director of Planning and Land Information, be read a first, second, and third time, pass, sign, and the corporate seal attached thereto. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Next is the bylaw for fees and charges, and we, as already discussed, so really this is just, if there's anything, Jeff, you want to add?
No, nothing new other than that the public notice requirements have been met and our bylaw is ready for adoption.
Okay, so with that, I'll look for mover seconder. Councillor Clark, Councillor Smith, second. Be it resolved that bylaw 2022-64 being a bylaw to impose fees and charges be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. All in favor? Okay, carried. Telecommunications Tower Open House.
Yeah, this report is just being provided for information purposes only. Rogers Communications will be hosting an online public open house on June 14th at 3 p.m. And the intent is to provide an opportunity to the members of the public and stakeholders and councillors to learn more about a proposed telecommunications tower site that's located just off the Glamorgan Road and Minnecock Lake Road. If you do wish to attend, please contact Rogers prior to 11 a.m. on June 14th. I believe I have the link provided in the report. However, if you would like to attend, just let me know and I can send it to you. Following that open house, they are required to provide us information and a report will be brought back to council at that time.
Okay, and on that note, no news of any cell towers up at Halliburton Lake.
I have not received any updates since the last council meeting, no.
Yeah, when Rogers came. Okay, thank you. Mover seconder for this, please. Deputy Mayor Kennedy and Councillor Smith. Yeah, oh, sorry, question, go ahead.
Well, I've corresponded with the CAO at the county on this, but to your question about the Halliburton Lake Tower, would it be appropriate, would other councils agree it would be appropriate for our council to communicate with Rogers and ask that they do a better job of sharing with us and our community what their plans are? You know, they've been, well, they were awarded this contract 15 months ago. And, you know, nobody expected the technology to be rolled out immediately on all fronts. But part of any project plan is a communications plan. And apparently there is no communications plan.
I did, in anticipation of going up to the Halliburton Lake meeting and saying yet again another year, sorry, no cell service. I did reach out to the CAO at the county, and what he did is respond to all county councillors to ensure that they all had that information, because we're all going to lake associations. And at the June county council meeting, there is a delegation from EORN. Is that correct? It's not Rogers, it's EORN.
That's correct. That's from EORN, and actually Mike sent that to all of us.
Okay,
so we've seen that, and that note was put together by
not
Mike
from Rogers.
and not Rogers. The point is that Rogers needs to do a better job of communicating and not abdicating that responsibility and depending upon, you know, our staff and the staff at EORN to do their job. That's my point.
Okay.
And that's where I think, you know, a letter could start with this council. You could raise it to the county council could make the point, but somebody needs to, you know, formally let Rogers know you need to do a better job.
Well, whether they're doing a better job or not, that, as you said, communication, to at least communicate that out. Where are they at? Councillor McKechnie, did you have your hand up? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more going on than we understand, than we are being informed. I've been talking to a lady in Ottawa from Rogers, because I get a lot of calls in my ward. And everything's just at the preliminary stages, but there was a couple sites that were proposed up at the Halliburton Lake area, and they were proven to be probably not very good. There's some private property owners, especially one large group, that are right now there's an application in, and it's a really good site. I think it is. I've been to the site with some people up there who were born and raised up in the Halliburton Lake area, and they know of the sight lines. So I think there's a lot going on. They're waiting. If this site was as good as we all hope it is, it might not be 2024. It might be next year, because as soon as the site is approved, they move into the area, and that's the problem. Is there's no sites coming forward. But there is one I know for sure, and as far as I know, it's a really good one.
Okay, well, there is this open house. That's what the resolution is, and Deputy Mayor Kennedy and I can see where the appropriate time is to bring that up at the county, with the county. So I did have moved by Deputy Mayor Kennedy, and I had seconded by Councillor Smith. Be it resolved, the council receives the report dated May 24, 2022, which provides notice of an upcoming telecommunication tower proposal open house. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. And that was said that that's online, so it'll be a Zoom type link, I imagine. And lastly, in planning, we have a letter from a constituent named Rose Griffith, who wrote to myself and maybe all of council, I'm not sure. And I replied back. Jeff has included a response. I responded to her as well. So the resolution basically says that we are, just a minute, be received, that the letter be received. When we discussed this back in January, the shoreline bylaw was very much sort of in the works and on the table, and wetlands and other waterways were considered. That bylaw is on hold, and even if it did go forward in the format that it's in, it's lakes and rivers. It's not particularly wetland. There's some, I just want to see where council wants to go with this. There's some allegations that we are different than anybody else across Ontario. I don't believe that's true. I know Jeff has contacted local, our local municipalities as well. I don't know if you want to comment on that, Jeff.
No, thank you. I did contact the planners at the other 3 local governments within the county. And at the moment, none of them have standalone site alteration bylaws. Within the zoning bylaws, Minden Hills and Algonquin Highlands, those are very, very similar to Dysart, whereas basically the wording says it prevents development in the EP zones unless the use is specifically defined as a permitted use. Highlands East does have a slightly different wording. It does, again, says development's not permitted unless specifically defined, but it also says development and the altering of land are not permitted unless specifically defined. I have included this as a review in our bylaw considerations folder. In discussions with the planners, we all agree that the most effective tool to address site alteration and protect wetlands would be a standalone site alteration bylaw. As the mayor and deputy mayor can probably attest to, it's not defining the term site alteration and where site alteration can occur is the difficult part. It's not that it's not wanted. It's not simply just a 3-line definition. So I think that's the difficulty of putting it in a zoning bylaw. However, I seek direction from council whether a standalone site alteration bylaw is warranted. So I look to the rest of council to see, is this something that at this time of year, after everything we've been through with the shoreline bylaws, is something that we want to entertain? Could we, although Jeff just said not in the zoning bylaw, could we look at it doing it that way for at least having a slightly different language that is it, sorry, you said Highlands East has that language? Yeah. So, or do we, oh, sorry, here's something. Or yeah, so where do we go with this right now? I think there's an situation that we don't care. That's absolutely not true. We just had 2 public meetings this morning, which are both on wetlands. We definitely care, but it is based on development. It's triggered by development. So if somebody currently owns property that has EP and they're not applying for anything, then we don't know. So Councillor Clark and then Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
I think this needs to be taken by Jeff up to his group with the other townships. I think whatever we do here will be reflected in the other townships. I think it'd be, and then you can spread the work out as well, or the research, or come to some kind of conclusions. But I don't think we should be taking the initiative to try and draft something specifically for Dysart. I think it should be something that's consistent across the 4 townships.
Okay, that's sort of what we were trying to do with the shoreline bylaw. But anyway, Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Yeah, thank you. And through you, actually, prohibited area in the shoreline bylaw does now, after the last meeting that we had in April. I'll read it here. Prohibited area means a provincially significant wetland that was brought in before. Environmental protection or hazard as identified in the county or lower tier municipality official plan, including wetlands. That's the 3 new words. So it is going to be covered as a prohibited area that excludes terrestrial features such as deer wintering areas. So that more or less means that they're going to have a site plan agreement and go through the application process in order to do anything that's in a wetland. To my interpretation, I'm not a lawyer, but that's the simple version of it. But I concur that it should be a county-wide initiative, if at all possible, to move this forward. I think it's important that it needs to be addressed. If this addresses it, then maybe we can look at moving forward with just letting the county do it. But in the interim, I'd like to see some draft language that even the next council might want to consider if this doesn't move forward.
Okay. Councillor Smith, did you want to chime in?
Yeah, and thanks to the Deputy Mayor on that, because that would be great to see. It's out of our control what the county does, and this is still a ways away from any final decision, but at least there's a legal review being initiated. It seems to me that we need to do something here. And I don't think, I mean, we already know that Highlands East has something a little different than the other 3 lower tiers in the county. So there is a certain precedent, and we've had, I mean, this one showed up on the agenda, but we've had literally dozens. There's not, I can say not a day, but certainly not a week go by that there's not multiple emails on this topic. And whether they have the right perspective or the wrong perspective, they have a perspective, and we need to be, responsive in terms of saying, no, you're dead wrong. Here's actually the rules, and here's how we're protecting the wetlands. Or, thank you very much. That's a great idea, and here's the plan we've got in place to deal with it. And unfortunately, right now, aside from the clarification that Deputy Mayor has provided, we don't have a plan. And to me, that's unacceptable, given the amount of protest in our community, the misunderstanding, or as I said, just the demand that we do something. And so maybe as a suggestion, if others agree, could Jeff work with, the counties going through that legal review to get an understanding of the implications of that and report back to us if that will provide appropriate protection, or if there's some other change that he might recommend to ensure that we can face constituents and say, we've acted and we have what we think is an appropriate approach in place to protect wetlands.
Jeff, are you able to contact, I mean, you have your regular planners meetings anyway?
Actually, it's something that has kind of fallen off, but we're going to start doing our regular meetings again now that everybody's settling in. I'm happy to reach out to the county and just see what their proposed draft bylaw looks like, and just to see whether it protects our environmentally protected areas.
And we'll know too what the legal review is on the bylaw, the draft form that it's in. And the county made a decision to sort of put it on pause. A lot of that was to do with just the ability to pass a bylaw at the time of year with the lack of staff, et cetera. And there was a lot of unknowns in terms of how much things were going to cost, application fees, et cetera. And the bylaw did change in that last format as well. So, I agree. I feel like we want to, do something. The other thing is to maybe have a little bit thorough review of, because I believe I responded in social media, which I always say I'm not going to, and then I did, that I feel that there was other tools in place. So maybe Jeff, at some point we could have a little bit of review about, what ministries are currently what am I trying to say? Already involved, like in terms of species at risk and, Ministry of Natural Resources and, oceans and fisheries and some areas. I don't know if there's fish spawning. So if we could have a little bit of review on that, if what protections are already there in place.
Yeah, at the January council meeting, council requested that I report back on that. So that was reported back on at the February committee of the whole meeting.
Okay, I'll review that myself. Yeah. So that's in the February meeting?
Yeah, I believe it was February committee.
Okay, okay. Okay, so this is just to be received for now. Everybody okay with that? But it's on our radar. Okay, so mover and a seconder. Councillor Clark and Deputy Mayor Kennedy second it. Be resolved that the email from Rose Griffiths dated May 12, 2022 pertaining to a site alteration bylaw and wetland protection be received. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Okay, thank you. Planners.
Thank you.
And we've got one more section to go through before we enter into closed. So first we have draft minutes from the committee of the whole. Minutes are there. Questions or comments? If not, I'll look for a mover and a seconder for those. Councillor McKechnie and Councillor Wood Roberts. Be resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the draft minutes from the May 10th, 2022 committee of the whole as information. All in favor? Okay, carried. And next we have the draft Glebe Park and Museum Committee minutes. Councillor Wood Roberts, did you want to speak to that at all?
Oh, sorry, Wood Roberts, you said you turn on your mic.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you.
And I called you Wood Roberts. I hope you like that nickname.
That was very good, thanks. So,
I was unable to.
yeah. A lot of the, actually the college came and they had a very good meeting. They did a walkabout, so everybody kind of got their 2 cents worth in to be happy with the college site plan and stuff. There was a fair bit of discussion about the Nordic ski building. It took up a significant amount of the committee's time, which it's fine to keep the committee involved, but it's really between the Nordic Ski Club and the municipality, and you're the representative for that. So I did tell Mr. Blake I would discuss it with you further. I had extensive notes, but I do see that he emailed you individually.
Yeah, so what
you responded to that. So
I did. So
if
what
you would like to speak to that, that would be appreciated.
Okay, so what, so I'm sorry, I had a conflict. I was at another meeting, so couldn't be at two places at once.
No.
And I'm ex officio. I didn't realize it would dominate the conversation there. So I've gone out with staff on site and some stakes got put into the ground in Glebe Park. And the question regarding the baseball diamond, while the Glebe Park Committee said the baseball diamond could be removed, it's very nice to make that recommendation. When we went on site with staff, the stakes are the outside measurement, including the overhang of the roof. So not just the exterior of the actual garage. They're there just to give a visual, an idea. They can be moved 10 feet forward, backward, well, not backward into the woods likely, but to the side. They can be moved in the general vicinity of where we all agreed. So I guess the question has to go back, and I did say to Jim, Mr. Blake, that we would go and do an on-site meeting to discuss where the location would go. But people are using the baseball diamond right now, and if there's a possibility to put that garage in without taking that down this year, I think that would be really a good thing. So I just want to look to the rest of council to see if council wants to try to keep it in for now. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Yeah, I definitely would like to see that stay until we have something to replace it. It's not the optimum by any means, but I see kids playing there. It stops the ball from going into the bush. It's everybody's park. It's not just the Glebe Park committee. So I took a little bit of offense when I read that they want to take up this ball diamond just because.
Well, I think things got a little bit confused as they were in support of taking it out. But I think then the thought with us or myself and some staff was, well, if it can stay, it should stay for now. They also wanted to extend the pad, and we talked with the people who drew up the designs for the drawing and for the building, and also our own municipal staff. There's no need to extend the pad out for a future building. You just do the pad at that time. If they're going to do a future building, it's actually to a detriment. And if at that time that pad would extend into the area of the ball diamond, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So for now, before the day is out, I'm going to talk to staff and see if we can't do a meeting on site in the next couple of days to just clarify all of that. And I'm not sure when the tender is going out, but the tender does have to get approved by council. So Tamara, I don't know if you have anything to add on where the tender is at.
Yeah, we're the electrician's working on a plan right now that we need to include within the RFP. I've been looking at dates to get up there to meet with you and staff and the others as requested, but I'm fully booked for like the next month, as are some of the other key staff trying to coordinate. So I'm not sure if the meeting on site is necessary, or do we just need to understand the issues and perhaps a sketch?
Well, I think the issues, and some of them were the safety concerns where the toboggan hill comes down to make sure that, for instance, ski equipment, because they do have motorized equipment coming out into the area where the toboggan hill could be. So to me, the most important thing is getting that electrical plan done, getting the RFP out, because the clock is ticking on the window of construction. Hopefully the garage doesn't take too long to build, but if we don't get the RFP out, we won't get a builder to bid in 2022. And the exact location prior to any equipment going in there could be defined at that time. It doesn't change the topography. It doesn't change anything having that decision right now. So maybe the on-site visit can wait until the tenders are actually out and the stakes confirmed at that time.
Yeah, I think it was just, I think it's more if you were considering moving it drastically, but I think if the issues are getting equipment in and out while the ski hill's operating, that's going to be an issue no matter where you move it 10 feet one way or the other. There might have to be some logistical considerations there, like not doing that at that point or stopping traffic on the ski hill while it goes in or out.
It's a toboggan hill. Hopefully there's nobody skiing down that. There's people skiing flat. There's flat cross-country skiing in there, and there are hills at Glebe Park, believe me, but that is a toboggan hill. Other years they've done hay bales at the end to that's a stop, and you actually sprinkle some hay so that if you're coming down the toboggan hill, the toboggans will definitely stop. So I think it's a very small detail to work out. The goal is to get the RFP out, and I guess after today I will contact Mr. Blake, because I'm also going to be away camping for a week, that we would meet on site when the RFP come back. How's that? Because the construction of the garage doesn't affect the 10 feet, 15 feet left, right, or sideways. Okay.
Well, I do need to put in the building permit with kind of exact site plans, so I should know if there's anything seriously moving. We should know before we get any further.
Well, that's up to council. So that's the question I just asked council, which was communicated back through the Glebe Park Committee, that the council hadn't said that. So is it council's desire to try to keep the ball diamond for now, if possible? Yes. So we will keep the ball diamond if possible, which I think we can. Go ahead, Councillor Smith.
Well, just I appreciate the input of the Glebe Park Committee, but we need to recognize it's a public facility, and therefore we're trying to serve a multitude of users and protect the public's interest. That's our job.
Yeah, and we appreciate the process, and it has been good, and sometimes communication gets a little misconstrued here and there, and they do make recommendations. The council makes decisions, and that's what we've just decided today, that the ball diamond will stay for now. Okay, so basically I just need to move our seconder then to approve those minutes. Councillor Clark and Councillor Smith. Be resolved, the council acknowledges receipt of the draft minutes from the April 14th, 2022 Glebe Park and Museum Committee as information. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Great. And Cultural Resource Committee minutes. And then there's some recommendations there afterwards. So I don't know, Councillor Donaldson, if you want to comment on that. Great.
So you can see that directional signage was a hot topic on at the meeting, and as well a policy for our social media, which there is the staff report for, but also in the meeting, the murals must, they said mid-June, which is only in a couple of weeks, and they're planning on the morning of the Sports Hall of Fame on June 18th to reveal them, so that will be exciting. And so do you want me to go back to the
if you wanted to speak to the two resolutions,
the two resolutions for creating the, I don't know, the directional signage we need to do something with. So do you want me to read that, or do you want me to?
Well, no, that's okay, because I'll read the resolution
perfect.
after. And I don't mind speaking to it too, because it actually, is particularly in the signage one, years ago, it feels like, but it was at the county. I had been at a conference and I had seen an excellent presentation by a county, either Bruce, Huron, up to that area, where they had a wayfaring, wayfinding, I think I keep calling it the wrong thing, so a county-wide signage plan. And what that did is it designated what the color, what the font, what the style would look like. And then each area could then tag along when they were going to do signage. Signage has come up at BIA, at Glebe Park and Museum. It's come up at Cultural Resource over the years. So it was decided to ask our Director of Economic Development and our Manager of Tourism at the county to come and be a delegate, because they're both new to their roles, and they are wholeheartedly embrace the idea of a county-wide signage plan. So, but things work through resolution. So if the Cultural Resource Committee had a resolution that the Dysart Council would support it, then this resolution, if we choose to support, would then go to the County Council and hopefully be adopted as a county initiative. You know, it'll take some time to design, and it's not really even at this point about the money. It's about having a plan, so what things could look like. And it's been done before. Scott gave all kinds of references of areas where he's seen it before. So first we just actually have the minutes. So I'll look for resolution on the minutes, and then the other resolutions are there as well. So you want to, okay, so Councillor Donaldson is moving the minutes and seconded by Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved, Council acknowledges receipt of the draft minutes from the April 28th, 2022 Cultural Resources Committee as information. All in favor? That's carried. So the first one is about the directional signage, and that was in your package, and it says, be it resolved that Dysart et al. Council receives the recommendations of the Dysart et al. Cultural Resources Committee contained in motion number 22-06 pertaining to the need for improved directional signage, and motion number 22-07 pertaining to the need for an increased clarity in the municipal social media presence. I'll speak to that after. The signage one, we would ask that that be forwarded to County Council, Mallory. That's the, okay. So I don't know if we need to sit, not the social media presence.
So we could still leave the first part of the resolution, and we can add and further that Dysart Council recommends that Halberton County Council pursue a countywide unified signage initiative or plan initiative. Is that what you're
we just like that recommendation to go forward to County Council.
Oh, the one directly from Culture Resources. Okay.
Yes.
Sure. Yeah,
If
okay, we can forward that to them.
It says, and further that a motion number 22-06 be forwarded to County Council for discussion. Oh, I sound like a clerk there.
Yeah, sounds good. Okay, so we'll add that as a second line.
And before so is everyone okay with that, of taking that? No? No? Okay, or wait a second. The deputy mayor's not in favor. Okay, put your microphone on.
It's on. I can't believe it's going to take 2 years to come up with some science on how to find our darn arena. I'm really disgusted with this, and now we're going to hire another consultant to go out and look at signs. I mean, I could do a Google search and have you 25 signs here in 20 seconds. Just another example of it just drives me crazy. And not only that, my wife says before I leave, I've got to have the sign how to get the arena.
Well, I mean, so we don't. First of all, as process goes, Cultural Resource Committee brought it to this table to decide whether we want to move it to the county. If we don't, then we need to do our own thing, because that is the issue that has come forward either from BIA, talks about directional signage. We've been to towns like Bancroft where it's very easy. They're just black and white, and it's, it's nothing fancy, but it is a plan. It is a, very clear directional signage to those facilities. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm all for, taking the initiative on our own. And if they want to copy what we do, that's an option, so that we don't have to go through county. We can do it on our own. And even if it was, if Highlands East was totally different than Dysart, it doesn't matter, really. Or do we want the whole county to look the same? So it is a kind of up to us right now as to whether we pursue it and go to the county, or do we do our own thing here? And if we do our own thing here, where's it coming from?
Okay, I saw Councillor Clark next, and then Councillor McKechnie.
Maybe through tomorrow, do we have somebody in staff who can do a quick look at this? Because I know, Andrea Mueller, for example, has dealt with signs and other things. So perhaps she could determine, is it feasible for us to go forward and do some of these, come back to us with a cost for next month, and then we can move forward if tomorrow's an agreement.
Yeah, it would take more than a month. I know we've brought this back several times over the last 10 years, but it's always been about getting the strategy in place and then getting a matching grant or funds. We were just at the point where we were ready to take off with this again when the county noted that they were looking at going with this countywide strategy again. So we said, we channeled that through Cultural Resources to see what you'd like to do with that regard. So it's not something that we can't do. I think we need to include more than just our hamlet, like the other hamlet, or more than just the village. We need the other hamlets as well, and so probably definitely need that strategy. I don't know what the cost would be without doing a little bit more research on that, but I know, as our Mayor Roberts mentioned at the beginning, several of the committees have been recommending that this happen for a long time, whether it was Head Lake or Glebe Park or BIAs. It's definitely needed.
And the county was on board a few years ago with our Director of Public Works and our Director of Tourism. They both left, and that fell off the radar. I do want to point out, if I may, to Deputy Mayor Kennedy, that our Director of Economic Development at the county said very clearly it might be possible to build on best practices of others without the need to hire an outside consultant. There you go, Rita Leah.
Just looking at the delegation where it said, noted the countywide signage would be a major project of easily 2 years duration.
Hiring
of a consultant.
The benefit, okay, here's one benefit of bringing it forward to the county is then Scott and Tracy could speak to it at the county table. That's all, because right now it's not at the county table. And if we bring it through resolution, I can bring it through, I guess, at any time, because we do have an item on our county council agenda that says municipal something, round table, municipal something or other at the end of near end of our meetings. In fact, that's when I brought up short-term rentals. Councillor McKechnie, you've been waiting.
Yeah, I'd just like to, for us to take the ball and run with it and get our own signs. Let's just do it. Like Pat says, we don't have a sign to the arena. Something's wrong there.
Do we want to take this resolution forward though, as well, so that it can be, listen, just having the conversation at the county doesn't mean that other areas may say, no, thank you very much. Or other county councillors may say, no, we don't want a countywide signage plan, and go ahead. It doesn't preclude.
Or we have to wait till they make a decision?
No, but with resolution, this would come to the table fairly quickly, and a decision would be made very quickly, whether it's going to be a county initiative or just a Dysart initiative.
Yeah, Mayor Roberts may be correct in that some others may have done more recent signage. I know we've done our Explore Our Lakes campaigns. That's part of our newer signage. So there may be some hesitancy depending on how it's staged and everything else. So, you don't know how it's going to go with that discussion, but I don't think it hurts to get it on the table to clear that question out of the way, whether the county is going to proceed or not, so we know more clearly.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Yeah, and just to follow up, Highlands East has done extensive work on signage, and their deputy mayor offered informally when we were talking about it a year and a half or 2 years ago that they would be willing to share what they've found and work in collaboration with them. So that's just another point that I think we move it forward to the county to see what's happening there, and if we can get it done at the county within the next few months, then let's do it. In the meantime, I think it's appropriate that Tamara and senior staff have a look at what might be involved in us doing. Maybe I'm right at lunch on this.
Yeah, what stuff? Councillor Donaldson?
There is a lot of like pre-work that needs to be done before you actually see the sign. So, I mean, we could start now putting inventory in as to what signs we actually do need. And like, how many are we talking? Are we talking, 15, 20 signs, or are we talking 50 signs? We still don't know that because we're still waiting. So I think that I would like to see us move ahead and at least get the planning part done so that when somebody does decide what kind of signs they should have, that we're already going to have the inventory and it's a list and go get it printed.
Okay, and Tamara will have to see what staff that would even fall under. So if this resolution goes forward, and can't remember whether this would go to like a committee of the whole or this would come to a county council meeting, but it could be quite timely. It could be in June. So we'd know in June whether the county is on board to want to work collectively or they don't, or even if they do, we want to do our own thing. So after today, if we pass something that I'll find out whether this gets on the county committee, the whole agenda. The second portion was, and maybe you want to speak to that a little bit too, but what we talked about social media and the Dysart Culture Facebook.
Our discussion at the committee meeting was that we have, and I think it was Jeff Files that's in charge of the cultural one, but I know that there's other Dysart Facebook pages, but we don't really have a policy to follow, or it's just kind of there. And we thought that Dysart should have a policy for social media and then to implement it, because it doesn't get implemented either. It's just kind of sitting there, several pages.
Not all. The one that we use is the Culture Resource Committee had a Dysart Culture page. And the only one that using it currently is sort of Lori Jones at the gallery. And we went through it and she did a thorough research on who was, like, I think Jeff Isles is administrator, but that's even out of the planning department now. So we just wanted clarity and to bring it forward to, how many Facebook pages do we have, social media, Twitter, Insta, all that. Go ahead, Tamara.
Right now, part of that is part of our communications plan that's identified through the strategic plan, but we're also working internally to make sure we have as many automatic links and syncing as possible between our different platforms. Like we have TikTok, we have Twitter, we have like 4 or 5 different social media platforms that we're managing. I'd say culture is probably the least used of all of them. I would say every other platform we have gets used at least once a week, if not more. But the one that was set up for cultural resources page, the intention when it was first set up was so that each of the members of that committee could have access to that page. And they were all supposed to be signed up as users or editors, so that if there was something, say it was the library, they could use that page to promote an event or programming. Same thing for any of the other museum or any of the other representatives. So perhaps we need to go back to the committee or have a look at that page and see who's added on it in terms of access to it, and maybe re-promote that. That's the intention of it, is for the members themselves, because they're all representing different groups in our community or organizations to make use of it. But we should be switching the admin over to Kate from Jeff, because you're right, it has nothing to do with planning anymore.
No, and I think that's part of it. And I think what we noticed is exactly that we aren't using it. So maybe one of the suggestions was then we just take it out, don't use it, because some of those groups you just mentioned are doing better than ever, like, like the library in Rails End, and a lot of people from the time we first started having a Facebook page for the Cultural Resource Committee, other groups have picked up and they're even better. So maybe ours is redundant. We don't know, but we did just want to discuss a bit of a policy. And I certainly know that environmental pages are widely shared and all kinds of information like that's huge uptake on that. So it was just that what it said, clarity in the social media presence and strategy. So I suppose we can take that back to the Cultural Resource Committee and determine whether we want to keep the cultural page or not. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that because there were some changes, and there are several changes in there, the new people coming on the committee maybe weren't aware of that it was for them, and they didn't get on as admins to be able to do that. So I think we should take that back to cultural and clean off the admins that aren't even there anymore and start again with what we have.
Okay. So Mallory, back to the resolution. Do you mind reading it before I look for a mover and a seconder? Because we were adding that one line.
Sure. So we have be it resolved that Dysart et al. Council receives the recommendations of the Dysart et al. Cultural Resources Committee contained in motion 2022-06 pertain to the need for improved directional signage, and motion 2022-07 pertaining to the need for increased clarity in the municipality's social media presence and strategy. And further, that Dysart et al. Council recommends that motion 2022-06 pertain to the need for improved directional signage be forwarded to Haliburton County Council.
Okay, so any questions, or do you want to move? So move somebody. Councillor Smith will move, and seconded by Councillor Donaldson. So, and you've heard the resolution. I won't reread it. All in favor? Okay, so that carries. And that concludes the open portion of our council meeting today. So we'll take a motion to go into closed session. We'll go into closed and then take a quick little break to grab a glass of water or do whichever, stretch. So I need a mover and a second to go into closed. Councillor Wood Roberts and seconded by Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be resolved that council adjourn its regular meeting at 2:30 p.m. to discuss matters pursuant to section 239, section 2 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended pertaining to a proposed disposition of land in the township of Dudley, an original road allowance file, and a potential litigation including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board under Public Works. All in favor? Okay, so we're now in closed, and just wait till Lori does her thing. Thank you. Okay, we are back in open session, and there is one resolution that has come out from close, which is regarding the network speed limit analysis. So I'm going to look for a mover and a seconder to move that forward. Councillor Clark and Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be resolved that council authorizes staff to issue a request for proposal to have a network speed limit analysis study completed in 2022 on the municipal road network, and that the study is to be funded from the Municipal Modernization Fund. All in favor? Okay, and that's carried. And lastly, we have, I'll just look to see if there's any notice of motion. Okay, nothing this month. And I need a confirming bylaw, mover seconder for that. Councillor Smith and Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2022-66, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular council meeting held on May 24th, 2022, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached here too. All in favor? Okay, great. Very last thing is to adjourn, please. Everybody. Okay, Deputy Mayor Kennedy and Councillor Donaldson. Yeah, it's been a long day, but thank you, everybody. So be it resolved, the council adjourn its regular meeting held on May 24th, 2022 at 3:27 p.m. All in favor? And that's carried. We are now adjourned. Take care, everybody. Have a great rest of your afternoon. That's carried. Okay.
Thank you.